Testing. Okay, I don't have anybody joining live. So we will get this up for you after class. All right, so any questions on what we went over on Monday? Partial bed bath is probably the hardest skill that we learned on Monday because it's the longest, not because it's hard. I mean, you're just washing a body. It's not, not difficult at all. It's just long, very long. So we also learned the leaves method, and that's a very important process. It helps prevent cross-contamination. There's a lot of ways to prevent cross-contamination when you're washing stuff. You can just, move to a different area of the washcloth, and that's fine too. But it's not always easy to tell what's contaminated and what's not because it doesn't like show up. So I prefer the leaves method because it's a really good way of visually seeing that you're moving to a new area. But you may on the test, remember, you're going to be a patient for somebody else that's testing. And you'll be in the room, if they get partial bed bath, you may see it done a different way, and that's okay. It's okay. The standard is move to a new area on the washcloth. They don't care how you do that. I just prefer the leaves method personally. Okay. We are going to see that again today with PeriCare. We're going to use that same technique with PeriCare. But let's do denture care first. Before we get to denture, well, I'm sorry, I got to get scores first. But before we get to that, I want to talk about bed position because this came up on one of the comments on my, actually about 4 videos this week. People are complaining that I'm not raising the bed when I'm doing a skill to a comfortable level so I don't hurt my back, all of that. So I want to go over that with you guys just to make sure that it's very clear. For the test, you are not required to raise the bed to a comfortable level at all. You are not required to raise a bed. And that's because beds that go up and down are not found in every setting. If you work in home care, which is by far the #1 employer of CNAs is in home care. Do you guys know that? The fastest growing segment of healthcare, home care. Right. COVID had a lot to do with it because people didn't want to be locked up in, facilities because they weren't allowing visitors or anybody in, right? So they didn't want to be locked up. But there's another reason. And we actually talked about it on day 1. When you're sick, where do you want to be? Home. In your bed. That's right. When you go to a facility, you're now at their mercy. And they can tell you what time to go to bed and they can get you up and you're going to shower on their schedule, not yours. So nothing really runs around you. It should, but it doesn't. It runs around the facility. Well, you've also got to compete with how many patients do you guys take care of a night? Okay, so let's just make it an easy 15 just for each. So you are competing with 14 other individuals for that CNA's attention, right? So chances are you're going to end up laying on the floor for 2 hours before somebody comes and gets you. That's not optimal, right? If I have a choice, I'm not going to a facility. I'm going to hire somebody to come into my home where it runs on my schedule, and I'll have to compete with anybody. I have one CNA. And a lot of people out there feel the same way. They don't want to be in a facility. They would rather be at home. They don't want to compete with other patients. They would rather have a CNA to themselves. And it works out to be about the same amount of money. So, I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer, isn't it? Now, The reason it works out to be about the same amount of money is because at home, you're just paying for the staff member. In a facility, you're paying for the staff members, room, board, food, housekeeping, laundry, transportation, right? So yeah, $7.50 for a toothbrush. So the price, it ends up costing about the same out of pocket for the help. But not everybody can afford to pay their normal everyday bills plus that amount for help. So that's why facilities exist, because it's a much more cost-effective option. If I'm going to pay $3,500 a month and I can get room and board for that too, it may be a better option for me. If I can afford $3,500 a month and my normal daily bills, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to stay at home. But let's think about that from a staffing perspective for a second. When you are working in a facility, you're taking care of 15 patients. One CNA, 15 patients. So we can get away with one CNA. In home care, one CNA cannot take care of 15 patients. You're taking care of one. So if you have 15 patients, how many CNAs do you need? 15. So that is why home care is the fastest growing segment of healthcare.
So how does a CNA in-home healthcare agent get paid?
Two ways. Well, three. I'm sorry. There's three ways. The first is the most preferred, and that's through an agency. So you go to work for an agency and they get the money from the client and they pay you. Okay, so they are a middleman. A lot of people don't like that. Well, wait a minute. I want the money. I don't want them to get a cut of the money. I want it all. But there's a lot of things, hidden things that you don't really see that they're doing with that money. First of all, taxes. Because like I own the school, right? I don't own the building, but I own this. And I have employees. I pay them a wage. But I also, and the IRS takes taxes out of that, right? They pay taxes, but I have to match that. So yeah, the taxes are coming out of their paycheck, but every single penny that comes out of their paycheck, I have to match and send off to the IRS. Well, if you don't have an employer, who's matching that? You are. So if you don't like taxes, double taxes probably isn't going to make you all warm and fuzzy, right? So that's number one. The second reason that an agency is a good idea is because if you get sick, if you have car trouble, if your kid has to have a medical exam, whatever the case may be, you can call up the office, say, hey, I can't make it today, and they will find somebody to send in your place. When you're working private, it's just you and the client. You're getting more money. That's great. But you have to pay double taxes. And you have to figure out what you're going to do when you can't show up, because that patient needs you. It's not well, it'd be nice if they came today to help out. No, they need you. They are unable to get to the bathroom by themselves. So if you say, hey, I'm not coming today, they can't just hold it all day. So what do? Right? That's a problem. That's a serious problem, because now the patient isn't getting the care they need. You have no backup. That's an issue. The other reason that agencies exist is for work comp. If you get hurt on the job, you want somebody to pay those medical bills. If you're working for yourself, you are paying the medical bills. That's a huge issue, especially in healthcare. Injuries happen. Remember I said the number one reason that CNAs leave is because of back injuries. So that's a concern. You want work comp out there to help you out. But the last reason is probably the most important, and that's conflict resolution. Sometimes patients will accuse you of things. They will. They misplaced a beloved DVD. You're in their home. They automatically assume you took it. Yep. So how do you work that out when it's just you and them? It's very, very difficult because there's no intermediary. When you have an agency, now you've got a third party that can come in and investigate and make sure that, and satisfy the patient. No, that, she did not take your DVD. And that can help with conflict resolution. So 3 ways that people get paid. Number 1 is through an agency. Now, when you're working through an agency, caring for the client can be in 2 ways. There's visits, short. You go in, you do a task, you come out. Hour, 2 hours. And then there's shifts. Shifts are just like, any other employment where you clock in at a certain time, you work however many hours, you clock out at a certain time. Okay. And that can encompass live-in. They do have live-in that it's considered a shift. So visits are one thing, shifts are another. And they're going to pay a little bit different. Visits are paid by the visit, not by the hour. So if you can be Speedy Gonzalez and you get 12 people done in a day, you're going to make, good money because you're being paid by the visit. But quality of care, probably not there. Being paid by the hour, you're probably going to get a little bit less, but you've got a guaranteed income. So visits are kind of, some days you may have a lot, some days you may not. Shifts, guaranteed income. So you have to figure out what's going to work for you. What kind of a person are you? Are you a high energy person? If you're a high energy person, shifts are probably not your deal. You get there, you get them bathed, you get them dressed, you get them groomed, you get them toileted, you get them fed. They sit down and they watch The Price is Right, and now you are bored. Right? So you might play games with them, cards or puzzles or whatever, to help distract you as much as them. You might clean up a little bit because basic housekeeping is part of what we do. Basically, anything the patient can't do for themselves, we're there to help them with. That's what we do. That's our whole reason for being. So, you clean up a little bit. But still, it can be very monotonous for high energy people. Now, if you're in nursing school and you need time to study, this can be a dream come true for you because you can study and get paid for it during your downtime, right? So you have to figure out what's your life situation, what are your life goals, and what kind of a person are you? Now, if your high energy, visits might be right up your alley because you're in and out very quickly. You're task oriented, right? But if you are a very routine person where you don't like change at all, change upsets you, visits may not be the thing for you because it doesn't always go according to plan. You may have 12 people on the schedule and the third one is stuck between the toilet and the wall. And you got to call 911 to help get them out because you can't do it by yourself. And then you got to wait around for the supervisor. And now you got to fill out an incident report. And now 3 of your visits just went away. Remember, you're getting paid by the visit. And that can be very frustrating. So there's pros and cons to all of this, right? But if you're the type of person that likes getting to know your patients on a very deep one-to-one level, if you don't want to feel like you're running around not making a difference with like a chicken with your head cut off, home care might be the right place for you. But you have to figure out to figure out where you belong. I do actually have a personality quiz to help you with this, because this question gets brought up every single class I've ever taught. Somebody has asked, where should I start work? Where should I start? And the answer is, well, it really depends on you. What do you like? What do you not like? Not everybody belongs in the hospital. Everybody wants to work in the hospital. I think Grey's Anatomy You know, everybody thinks Dr. McDreamy is like, just standing around waiting to discover the next new face, but it doesn't work like that. It doesn't. And hospitals can be a nightmare for you if you don't like change. Nightmare. My oldest son, I like to bring him up with this. He does not do change. It's not that he doesn't like it. He just doesn't do it. He does not do. When he was little, if I changed my hair color, he would cry for days. When I say he doesn't do change, my mother had to volunteer at his school when he went to kindergarten. He does not do change at all. No coping mechanisms. He would not thrive in the hospital. When you've got admissions and discharges and all the plans that you just made 15 minutes ago and report, throw them out the window because we're doing something completely different now, he would implode. That is not his deal. But home care, probably right up his alley, because Mabel, she never changes. Mabel is Mabel. You're going to do the same things with Mabel today that you did last week, last month, last year. So you have to kind of figure out who you are to figure out where you best belong. So on my website, foryourcna.com, under training, I have a link for your ideal workplace. Did you take it? What'd you get? Oh, okay. All right. Pediatrics. So for you, Tender Care, which is right down the road behind Friendly's Car Wash, they're actually hiring. That would be a good fit for you. But it's going to ask you, what type of care you like. Is it more personal care or clinical care? How much camaraderie you need in a workplace. Some of you guys are very social. You like to be part of a group, right? So work is not just going in and getting the job done. It's connecting with your coworkers as well. That's not me. I'm not highly social. So I'm not looking for that camaraderie, but some of you are. So we have to factor that in, because if you are a highly social individual, you will feel absolutely isolated in home care. That is not the place for you. So we have to take that into consideration, right? So there's 19 questions in this, and it's going to ask you a whole bunch of stuff. And at the end, it's going to compile those results and tell you what setting you're most likely to thrive in. And it is surprise. I worked on this thing for 2 years. This is not something I did lightly. There is a ton of psychology in this. And I actually beta tested it on an entire group of people that are currently working, and it was spot on, like 98% accurate. So it's not like one of those just, fun quizzes that don't really mean anything. This actually means something. So go take it. If you're not entirely sure where you belong, your ideal workplace. Yeah, it's a great way for you to kind of at least get a start in narrowing in what you're looking for. Now, at the bottom of the results page, it's going to give you these long results, tells you about the pace, about the type of patients you'll be caring for in that workplace, the opportunity for advancement. I mean, it's like a long results page, gives you everything you ever wanted to know about that workplace. But below that, it lays out all the others too. So you can click on any of the others to see, well, how does this relate to being in a hospital? Or why is this different from working in hospice? Or why is hospice different than pediatrics? So it lays all of that out for you. So you can figure out what are the things for you that are most important and help narrow in the workplace that's going to meet that need the best. Good. Okay, for those of you who are not staying where you're at, that might be a good option for you. So home care, there's 2 different ways to go about it. There's private care where you're footing the bill, and there's no conflict resolution. It's just you and the patient. You will get paid more, yes. You will have more headaches, yes. So you have to figure out if that's worth it for you. And then you've got home care through an agency. Now, through an agency is either visits or shifts. You have to figure out which one you're interested in.
So if you privately, for example, but how do you get a care plan?
You don't. So remember that care plans are, let's go back real quick. Yeah, it's a very good question. So a care plan is developed by a who? Who develops? The nurse, right? They go and do an assessment. They look for all real problems and potential problems. So that's nursing. Okay. So I'm looking for nursing issues. Now, while I'm there, I'm also going to have to take care of those pesky personal care issues, right? But they're there for nursing. When we're doing home care, we're not there for nursing. We're there just for personal care. That's what we're doing. We're not doing nursing stuff. If we were doing nursing stuff, there would be a nurse involved. Nurses write care plans. We would have a care plan. But when you're working private, there is no nurse. They're just hiring you to come in and do friendly neighbor stuff. So your care plan is actually coming from the patient or the family, whoever's hiring you. They're going to tell you what they want. But are you aware that not everybody communicates well?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I mean, here's a great example. I hired a cleaning company and they did not clean the way I wanted that the house cleaned. They didn't do what I wanted done. So they really didn't help me much. I still paid them because that was the contract, but I wasn't happy. I didn't have them come back. Right? Now, whose fault is that? Was it their fault for not cleaning well, or was it my fault for not clearly communicating my desires? It was my fault.
Communicate, but maybe they didn't clearly take it in.
That could be, but there's a breakdown of communication somewhere, right? Well, when you're hiring privately, they may have an idea of what you're supposed to be doing, but they're not communicating that idea to you, or you're not receiving, for whatever reason, that communication. And then that sets us up for some conflict. Does that make sense? So, and that's a whole nother reason why agency is better, because you've got a staffing coordinator that goes out there and figures out what the patient needs and writes it all down for you. And then you have something to follow. But if you remember on last week, the second week, we talked about the difference between nursing care and personal care. Do you guys remember that? The difference between nursing care and personal care? Personal care are things you do for yourself: toiling, bathing, grooming, eating, dressing, mobility. That's all personal. There's nothing nursing about those. We get that confused because that stuff happens in a nursing environment. So we think it's automatically nursing. It's not. It's not. That person over there, she can't do anything for herself, but she doesn't need me as a nurse. She needs you to do all that other stuff, but I don't need to be involved. She has no medical needs that I need to be involved in. Okay, so personal care is what we usually do in home care settings. Only if there's nursing care involved would a nurse be involved in that. So when you're working privately, you would get your information from the person that's hiring you. But my suggestion, be crystal clear with expectations. Anybody ever watch The Big Bang Theory? Anybody ever watch The Big Bang? Sheldon, you know that roommate agreement that keeps coming up with The Big Bang Theory? Yes, you need one of those if you're going to be working in home care privately. It needs to cover everything. This is how specific it needs to be. There was a case many years ago. Someone hired a home care worker privately, and the patient was a smoker and fell asleep with a lit cigarette, and the house caught on fire. The smoke detector was not working because the batteries had not been replaced. Okay. The patient survived, but was injured. So the question then becomes, who was responsible for changing the battery in the smoke detector? But he is incapacitated and hired a caregiver to do basic daily tasks. He certainly isn't going to climb up on a step ladder to change a battery in a 10-foot ceiling. If he can't get to the bathroom by himself, he certainly can't change out the batteries by himself. So should the CNA have known that this was a task that the patient would be unable to do and took it upon themselves to make sure those batteries were?
No,
I mean, you have the CNA
the
to do.
CNA was hired to do basic, what did you say? Basic personal care. Okay.
So there should be a
But this is
housekeeper or
personal
somebody
care.
else.
This is-
But safety, yep.
Right, well, why relatives didn't, your guess is get us now, but still.
Okay, do you see why this went to a jury?
I mean, the CNA is not gonna cut the grass or anything like that, right?
Right.
So it's not gonna take a roof or.
I honestly don't know the outcome of that case. It was settled out of court. And it brings up a very interesting ethical situation. When CNAs are hiring out personally without an agency, remember that you are going to be the one that defends yourself in court against allegations like this. It really doesn't matter who was right or what the verdict was. That CNA now has a $20,000 legal bill that they have to pay. So chances are you're not going to think about things like that. Who would have thought about a battery and a smoke detector? Right? So you're not going to think about all of the things that could potentially make you liable, or at least make you have to defend yourself from liability. This could go either way. Safety is considered a CNA task. If you're working for an agency, this is something that they look at during the initial assessment. Safety is something that they look at. A hurricane plan is in place. A plan is in place for changing the batteries in the smoke detector. Who is going to be responsible for that? So going through an agency is often a good way to protect yourself from all these little things that you probably don't think about when you're looking at the dollar signs. Because it's tempting. If I told you right now, I got a phone call not too long ago from a woman that was looking to hire somebody out of my class for $20 an hour to come sit with her mom for 4 hours a day. That's a decent deal, right? But I don't post those because working privately, I don't want to be involved in that negotiation. There's way too much liability out there. Okay. So just remember that with home care, there are two avenues, and one of them looks very attractive, and it may be the perfect fit for you. It may be. That's a possibility. But agency, don't discount that. There's a lot of hidden benefits to going with agencies. Okay. So let's get back to bed position. What started, no, it's a great topic. But for the test, we don't have to raise the bed up to a comfortable working height because not all beds are going to move. So it's not a tested checkpoint. In fact, most patients in home care don't have beds that raise up. So it's not really a required step. So you don't see me do it in here. You don't see me do it on the videos, but I'm getting a lot of comments. So somebody out there is, I don't know why, but somebody out there is making a big deal out of this because I'm getting a lot of comments on it. You can raise the bed up anytime you want to if the bed does move. So if you want that bed in a higher position, feel free to go ahead and move it for the test. But if you do, what's the required step at the end of the skill? Have to lower it. Absolutely. Now, during the test, I'm thinking you're probably going to be a little nervous. Maybe a little bit, right? So you finally get done with partial bed bath. 19 minutes of partial bed bath. And you put all the linens away and you clean the basin and dry it and store it. And you take the privacy blanket away, right? You're doing all the cleanup, which is really what takes the most amount of time in that skill. And you aren't thinking about that bed. You're thinking about the end of the skill. You're thinking about the closing. Here's your call light. Let me open the curtain. Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine? Environment's clean. I'm going to go wash my hands, because you are trying to end the skill. You want out. You want it over because you're anxious. You'll forget to put down the bed. You will. You will. Because at the end of the skill, you are now focused back on you, not the patient. I've seen it happen. That's why I don't do that when I'm demonstrating skills. It's one day out of your life. It's 40 minutes out of your life. Bend. Bend. Don't mess with the bed for the test. That's just my opinion. If you want to raise the bed, you can. But my opinion is it's better to have fewer things that are going to fail you. Make sense? Now, head of the bed is different though. So what I was just talking about is the entire bed raising up and down, so you don't have to bend. Head of the bed's different. Head of the bed at the end of the skill, always comfort. Always comfort. We don't care. It can be up because they want to watch TV, do a crossword puzzle, eat a snack. It can be down because they want to catch some Z's. It can be halfway in between because that's how they're comfy. I don't care. Nobody cares. That falls under, are you comfortable? Hey, you can ask if you want the head of the bed adjusted. You can, nobody cares. Not a graded checkpoint. Okay. So head of bed different than entire bed. Two different controllers or different checkpoints. Good? Make sense? Okay. All right. So turn to page 10, or I'm sorry, turn to page 68. All right, so this is a very long care plan. It says a resident with dentures is sitting at an overbed table with their dentures in a denture cup. The resident's denture needs to be brushed with toothpaste, and the resident needs mouth care. The denture is stored in a denture cup after cleaning. The resident is not able to provide their own mouth or denture care. Now, if you look at the very bottom of the page, you'll see this is done on a live testing student. That means you may be the patient for denture care. That does not mean you have to run out and get some dentures before testing. This is why the care plan is so important during testing. If you go back up to the top where the care plan is, it says they're sitting at an overbed table with their dentures in a denture cup. It actually tells us that in the care plan. They're already out. They're in a cup. We're not taking them out. And then it goes on to say the denture is stored in a denture cup after cleaning. So we're not putting them in. So dentures are in a cup. We're going to clean them, put them back in the cup with cool, clean water. And that's where they're going to stay until the patient needs them. And that's because CNAs do not take dentures out and you do not put dentures in. That is not a CNA task. Okay. Yeah. So CNAs are not generally without, you can be additionally trained, but this is something that I would tread really lightly on. And the reason is, if I've got dentures, let's say that I'm wearing dentures on the top, okay? And I'm going to take my own dentures out. Well, in order to dislodge those dentures, I got to get way back here where they end, and I've got to pop them down, okay, to unseal them. If I have lower dentures, I've got to get way back here and pop them up, because most dentures are held in with denture paste. So it's like a suction type thing. Well, if I've got my hands in my mouth, I'm never going to put enough pressure on my lower jaw to hurt myself. But if I put my hands in your mouth to pop up that lower denture, these knuckles have to press down on your jaw for my fingertips to press up. You have to have leverage.
Well, he put them on himself. I just put the big one.
That's fine. You can put the denture paste on. That's okay. But you don't want to be taking dentures out of somebody's mouth, because the likelihood of you dislocating the lower jaw is pretty high. Now, putting dentures in somebody's mouth is actually a risk to you. Because if you put denture paste on somebody's dentures and you pop them in their mouth and you try to kind of put them up in place, right? Your fingers are now in their mouth. People instinctually bite down to seat their dentures. Where are your fingers? Yeah, right in the line of fire. And they will bite you, and they won't mean to, but they will bite you. So we do not put dentures in. We do not take dentures out. The patient has to do that themselves. So the next question you have is, but Miss Patty, what if they can't? What if they can't do their own dentures? Well, in that case, we don't give them dentures. We puree their food, chop it up really fine so they don't have to chew. Good? Make sense? Okay. So for CNAs, our responsibility with dentures is to keep them clean. That's it. That is our responsibility. Keep them clean. You can put denture paste on them, you know, if the patient's going to wear them, that's okay. But we don't put them in, we don't take them out. Now, most of the time, the majority of the time, you are, how do I put this? When somebody goes and gets dentures, dentures are not bone. They're not made out of the same stuff as your teeth. Now, I can brush my own teeth, my real teeth, and whatever scratches and cracks occur because of the abrasive toothpaste, my body is going to heal. It's going to kind of fill those in. Okay. Dentures, not made out of the same stuff. They're not living. So when you use abrasive toothpaste, you'll actually form little micro cracks in those dentures. And over time, those cracks allow bacteria to grow. And then we end up with super gross dentures because they've got like little black lines on them that you can't clean and you don't know why. That's bacteria that's growing in those little cracks. They look like little hairline cracks. So usually when somebody gets dentures, they're told by the people that made the dentures, hey, don't use toothpaste on these things because you'll scratch them. Toothpaste is abrasive. So in most cases, we put them in a little denture cup. We put the little fizzy tablets in. And then once fizzy tablets are done, we take them out, rinse them off, use a little soft brush to get any big particles off. And there we go. We're good to go. So most of the time, your denture care plan will say to use the fizzy tablets. But that's not what this care plan says. What does this care plan say? It tells us to specifically use toothpaste. So what do we know about care plans? We have to follow it. So this is one of those skills that's a little bit tricky. They're trying to make sure that you read that care plan and follow it. If you decide, oh, I'm not going to use toothpaste because I know it scratches the dentures and I know best, you're going to fail because you didn't follow the care plan. Does that make sense? There are a certain number of people that just aren't happy with the little fizzy tablets. They want their dentures brushed with toothpaste. Okay, I'll put it on. You're paying for the dentures. I mean, when they wear out, you'll have to buy a new pair. But if that's what you want, that's fine. I'll put it on the care plan for you. Our job is to read and follow the care plan. Good? Questions? Okay. Not everybody has dentures, and not all dentures are the same. So when we're dealing with dentures, you can touch a denture cup, that's fine, but you don't want to touch the dentures themselves without gloves. Right? You have to have gloves on for dentures. So let me get my gloves on. So I can take the cup over to the sink, that's fine. I'm not touching the dentures. But when it comes to actually getting the dentures out of the cup, I need gloves on. So there's a couple of different types of dentures, and I want to bring this to your attention because most people don't realize this. When I say the word dentures, you're probably thinking about something like this. Right? This is a full plate. It replaces all the patient's teeth. This is an upper plate. I know that because it has a palate. A lower plate doesn't have this part right here in the middle. It looks like a horseshoe of teeth. So this is an upper plate, but it replaces all the teeth. And this is what we think of when we think of dentures. But not all dentures are going to be full plates. In fact, if you've got some healthy teeth left, we're not going to pull all the healthy ones. We're just going to pull the ones that need to be pulled and work around it. So that is a partial. And it would look like this. This is a bottom plate. I know that because it doesn't have the palate. It has a cutout for the tongue. So this is a bottom plate and this is a partial. You'll notice a partial has little rings that hook to teeth that remain. So all we're doing is replacing the teeth that need to be replaced, and there's cutouts for the teeth that remain. Doesn't matter whether you're using a full plate or a partial, you're going to clean it the same. Doesn't matter. Now there's also one other type of denture, and it's just like a little piece of a denture, like replacing one or two teeth, and that's called a bridge. Now bridges can be removable like this. You can have a little piece of a denture like this, but they are often permanently attached. Okay, so bridges are often permanently attached. Now, when it comes to cleaning the dentures, we're going to use a denture brush. Now, this is a different type of a toothbrush than what you normally see. Not everybody has these. Some people just have a regular toothbrush, and that's fine too. But the denture brush is helpful because it has a smaller end. This end is designed to fit in that groove, that channel that goes over the gums. So it's smaller. It gets in there really well and can clean. This end looks like a toothbrush. We're going to use it to brush the actual teeth part of the dentures. So denture brushes are used on the tests, so you can see what it looks like. We always wet a brush before we put toothpaste on it. That way the toothpaste distributes well. It doesn't gum up. So we're going to get this wet. We're going to put toothpaste on both sides. We're going to use this side for the channel, this side for the teeth. Good. When we're done cleaning the dentures, we're going to rinse them off, and we want to put them back in the cup because our care plan tells us to, but this cup water is not clean. So I want to dump this cup water out, rinse the cup, and put cool, clean water. Nope, don't have to dry because we're going to fill it with water. Dentures must be stored in water. Otherwise they dry out, they become brittle, and they break. So they have to be stored in water. So cool, clean water. We only use cool water for dentures. There's a very old nursing principle: heat coagulates proteins, which means nothing to you, I know. What that means is that if we're working with proteins and we have heat, it's going to make the protein stickier and harder to remove. Well, if we don't want this stickier and harder to remove. That denture paste has protein in it. The food particles have protein in it. The enzymes in your saliva has protein in it. So we don't want to make all that stickier and harder to remove. So we're going to use cool water to clean the dentures and cool water to store them. Good. Now, this is all done over there at the sink. So we're going to clean the dentures. We're going to rinse the dentures. We're going to get some cool, clean water in our cup, put the dentures in. All of that's done at the sink, and now our cup is wet. I don't want to put a wet cup on any sort of a surface because it'll leave a little ring, it'll warp it. So we're going to put a coaster under the cup, just a paper towel. And that's to help sop up the water so that we don't leave rings on the furniture. Good? Questions so far?
Do you put a barrier? for the-
Yeah, just a paper towel.
You put a denture top
No,
on.
because you're gonna use,
You're going to do it at the sink, and the sink is not clean. But we are going to put something inside the sink. So, yep. So when we're doing all that with dentures and we're at the sink and we've got this slippery toothpaste and these slippery dentures and all of that, those dentures may fall onto the sink and they could shatter, they could break. So if we put a washcloth in the bottom of the sink, it helps provide a softer surface for those dentures to land on. If we get it over the drain, that allows the water to pool up, and now the dentures won't hit the bottom of the sink. It'll hit the water and just slowly sink. So when we're doing denture care, we want to make sure that we have a washcloth in the bottom of the sink to help protect the dentures. Good. They're not horribly fragile, you know, because we chew with them, but they can be broken. Yeah, they can. So we want to take every precaution we can take. Now, once we're done cleaning the dentures, we're going to clean the mouth the dentures came out of. You can use a toothbrush if you want to, that's fine. But remember, there's denture paste in there, and that toothbrush, the paste is going to get all gummed up in the bristles. We're not at a sink, right, where we can rinse that toothbrush out frequently to get the gummy stuff out. So it's better to use something like this. This is called a toothette or an oral swab, and it has solid surfaces. So it allows you to swipe the denture paste away, and you have 4 surfaces to work with. This is disposable to get thrown away after. So we're going to use this to clean whatever's left in the patient's mouth. May just be gums, could be gums and a few teeth, but whatever the patient has, we're going to use this to clean it. Good? Questions? This skill is going to require 2 sets of gloves. One for the dentures, because remember, we can't touch dentures without gloves. But those gloves are now dirty. They've touched dirty dentures. You know, they're not clean. Do you want those dirty gloves in your mouth? So we're going to get a new set of gloves for the patient's mouth. You don't have to, because it's same patient, same germs, new gloves. So it's fine. You can if you want to.
Then maybe do it the patient first, and then
You can, if you want to do it that way, you can. There's nothing wrong with that, but that means you have to clean the basin twice, because you're brushing their gums or their teeth or whatever. They spit in the basin, you take it over to the sink and you clean it out. When we take that denture brush that we wet and put toothpaste on both sides and the dentures over to the sink, we have to have that basin to hold that denture brush. So now you got to clean the basin again. So it doesn't really matter. You're either cleaning the basin twice or you're changing your gloves. Pick your poison. Okay. Good. Questions?
that taste in the mouth that gets like certain places that you need to pay more attention, or it's just all over the place? Is it visible? I've never seen something.
Yeah,
You'll see
yeah, you can see it. It'll kind of stick to the gums. And any place you see a little bit more paste, yeah, you'll probably work a little bit harder in that area. And in some patients, you may need 2 swabs to clean it effectively, and that's okay too. For the test, There's no real paste because you're just using that oral swab in a real person's mouth. There's no paste, there's no food, there's no nothing. So you're just kind of going through the motions, showing that you know how, but there's nothing really there to clean up. But in a clinical setting, you're going to use whatever is necessary to get the mouth clean. Because remember that denture paste is going to hold food particles right up against the gums. And those food particles, if they're not removed, they're going to decay. And that will eat into the gums. And that's a bad day on anybody's farm. Okay. All right, so let me show you this video. I show you the video for this one because it's got good close-ups.
Hi, Mr. Dunn. My name is Patty. Hey, how are you?
Doing good.
Wonderful. I need to be dental care on you. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to take this picture and I'm going to put it how to start and walk on there. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, Mr. Dunn. I'm going to place the area on the table. So we have a clean area to place the clean supplies. And then I'll gather the supplies in. We'll need a cup of water, a toothpick, a denture brush, toothpaste, a basin, washcloth and a towel, and toothpaste. Okay, we're gonna get the denture brush ready for use, so I'll wet it. And apply a little bit of toothpaste to the side. We'll allow the basin to hold that denture brush until we're ready. I'll be right back, Ms. Jones. I'm going to send the denture.
Okay.
here, so that you have this, which you can later.
Okay.
I'll place the denture brush on the barrier and I will remove these gloves. Do you mind if I place the towel over the glass? Of course. We'll have to use the clothing. We're gonna prepare for the mouth care portion of this skill. We'll take a toothpaste and wet it. Apply a little bit of toothpaste. One area of the toothpaste. And apply gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm gonna brush all surfaces of your teeth now. So in a moment, I'll need you to open your mouth wide so that I can reach the back teeth.
Okay.
Can you open your mouth? Thank you. I'm gonna brush the back on the bottom. And on the top. Both sides. Okay, can you bring your teeth together, please? Thank you very much. I'm gonna throw the teeth out away. And would you like to rinse? Okay. Would you like another rinse? Another rinse? Okay. I'm gonna remove this out and we'll place this in 30 minutes. We'll throw away the disposable. And now I'm going to clean your basin. I'll be right back. Okay. Place the denture brush and the toothpaste in the basin and open the door with a paper towel. Go to the basin and remove the bun. I'll remove the barrier from the table. And we'll throw this away as well. Now I can remove my gloves. Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
Can I get you a magazine?
No, thank you.
Is there anything else that you need?
No.
Your call light's right there. If you should need anything, just let me know. I'm going to open your curtain and go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the rest of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
My skill is done. Okay. Questions? Can you get the lights for me, please? Okay. Any questions on that? Once you know mouth care, denture care is actually pretty easy. It's mouth care with an extra step. That's it. All right.
I know this is like away from the camera, but in real life, if you have a patient that has some teeth left, will you still do the swab or will you do a toothbrush?
You can use either. It's fine. You can use a toothbrush. The problem is with toothbrushes, the denture paste gets all caught up in those bristles. So it's not very effective at brushing teeth after you get a lot of stuff in the bristles. So if I have a patient personally, if I have a patient that has a partial, but they have a significant amount of teeth, I would use an oral swab to get the denture paste off and then brush the teeth with a toothbrush. Yeah. Okay, any questions on that? Let me go ahead and get your scores for chapter 7. This is going to be 138 in your book. Did anyone have any questions for me about the questions in chapter 7? Anybody not understand anything that you read? Okay. Jashini? Thank you. Do you have 6 for me by any chance? Do you know how many you missed? None of them? Okay. Thank you. Paulette? Thank you. Ty? Thank you. Jordan? Thank you. Brianna? Okay. Do you have 5 and 6? 100%. Thank you. Lauren? Ashanti? Freddie? Whenever you get a chance, if you can put it in this chat for me. Savannah? Daniela? Donald? Tracy? And Brittany? Okay, thank you, Freddie. All right. Good. Good. Okay, so we're going to move on to transferring a resident from bed to wheelchair. So this is on page 50 of your book. This care plan tells us to transfer the resident from bed to wheelchair. Resident is unable to walk or take steps, but can stand with support. They're not all going to be like this, guys. Some people won't be able to support their own weight. That's going to require a little bit different technique. Some people are going to be able to transfer themselves. We won't be involved. Some people will use a slide board. Remember that every patient is individual, and this may have to be adjusted based on the patient's needs. But on this particular patient, the patient can stand, they just cannot take steps. But that cannot take steps is like super important. You might want to underline that or highlight it or something. Cannot take steps. Tells us a gate belt or transfer belt is required to transfer this resident, and the resident will stay in the room. This is going to be a live person skill. It tells you that you have, or you should be able to complete this skill within 11 minutes. So it seems like a long skill. It actually takes about 4. They give you way more time than you need. I'm going to come over here and grab this wheelchair real quick. Okay, so wheelchair 101. Wheelchairs are usually in the folded position for storage. It just keeps them a little bit smaller. To open up a wheelchair, it's easier if you lift the back wheels off the ground so you don't have as much friction. So lift up a little bit and just pull it apart. Not all of them open quite this easily. Some you have to force down a little bit more. If your wheelchair just opens up a little bit like this and you've got to open it up the rest of the way, you're going to push down on these bars here, the seat bars. Don't put your fingers down like this, because as this thing opens, it's going to pinch your fingers. So you don't want your hands in there. You want to try to keep your fingers out of the way and just press down on the seat. Good. Wheelchairs must be locked when they're not in motion. Let's say that one more time. Wheelchairs must be locked when they're not in motion. That is going to show up on the written test. You will have a question about it because wheelchairs are one of the most dangerous items in healthcare. More injuries are caused by wheelchairs than any other piece of healthcare equipment. Floors are rarely level. Rarely. In Florida, we build on sand. And as that sand settles, the foundations crack. So floors are very rarely level. If you're building with wood, in Florida, we have humidity. Wood warps. Floors are rarely level. So when you put a wheelchair in a space that's unlocked and you put a body with substantial weight in that wheelchair, if that floor is unlevel, it will pick up speed and momentum. So it's going to stop when it runs into something with speed and momentum and the patient. Now, generally speaking, the thing that stops this patient from rolling is usually another patient. So now you've got 2 incidents on your hands, not just one. That is a serious safety protocol, and it will show up on the state exam. Okay, good. All right. So a couple things about wheelchairs. The way that you lock them is right in front of the big wheels are going to be, back up a little bit here. Right in front of the big wheels are going to be levers. This one, if you pull back on the lever, it locks it. So this one is pulling back on the lever. That one over there, you have to push the levers forward to lock them. Every wheelchair is set up just a little bit differently. You need to figure out how your particular wheelchair works. And you can be in a facility and have 16 wheelchairs and they're all a little bit different. Okay. To unlock the wheelchair, you would opposite direction. So this one is going to go forward. And the way the brakes work is there's a little bar that actually bites into the wheels. So you can see that action happen to make sure that the wheelchair is locked. Now, something I want to bring to your attention, and it's going to be hard for you to see at home, Freddie, but wheelchairs, the seats of wheelchairs are actually higher than a regular chair on purpose. The whole purpose of a wheelchair is to make somebody mobile. If I want them stationary, I'm just going to put them in a regular chair where their feet are on the floor. I don't have to worry about dangling. So stationary, they go in a chair. Mobile, they have to go in a wheelchair. Well, because I want them mobile, their feet aren't flat on the floor. I don't want their feet on the floor because then I can't push them somewhere. So that means that their legs are now dangling. Now, dangling is dangerous because this seat edge right here is going to press up into the backs of the knees where all of our veins run. So all of the blood that's in our lower legs actually has to go through that little network of veins in the back of your knees to get back up to the heart. If I'm squishing all of those veins, the blood can't get through it. What happens to blood when it stops or slows down? Anybody remember? It clots. So dangling legs are at risk for developing blood clots. You see why that might be a problem? Okay. So when you have a patient in a wheelchair, you can't just let their legs dangle. You need to make sure that they're on those foot pedals. That's like super important. So the way these work, you want them out of the way when you put somebody into the wheelchair or when you take somebody out because you don't want them to trip over them. But once your patient is in the wheelchair, you're just going to snap these forward and listen to it snap. It actually locks in place. And then you fold the foot pedals down, and that gives the feet somewhere to support while you're taking them wherever you need to take them. So when you get the patient into the wheelchair, the skill is not over. Their legs need to be supported or you don't pass this skill. That's how important that is. But you can't put a patient into a wheelchair with all this stuff in the way. Somebody's going to trip. You can't just fold these up and hope for the best. You actually need to get these leg rests out of the way before you start the skill. And to swing those leg rests out of the way, there's a little catch on the back here. You just release that catch and they swing out. Now our wheelchair is open and ready to receive a patient. In order to put a patient in the wheelchair, I've got to get it in place and lock it because I don't want it to roll away when I'm trying to get somebody seated. Good. Do you remember ambulate with a gait belt that we learned on Monday? How do we know when a gait belt is tight enough? 4 fingers. Your patient's going to put their hands on your shoulders, so you're lifting them as a unit and turning them. Before I sit a patient down, what do I need to make sure that they know or feel? The back of the chair. That doesn't change with this skill. So I'm going to lift the patient up and turn them, and I've got to make sure that they can feel that chair behind them before I sit them down. But man, that's a whole lot of time. Remember, it says the care plan says they can stand, but can't take steps. Remember that? But it's still a lot of time. So if I lift them up, turn them around, and I ask, can you feel the chair behind your legs? And they say yes. Look how long I'm holding this patient. That's too long. So what I want to do before I lift them is tell them, I'm going to lift you up and swing you around. When you feel that chair behind you, I want you to say sit. Okay, so lift you up, swing you around. Can you feel the chair? Say sit, and then I'll sit them down. If I do that, that makes this go a whole lot quicker because they'll feel the chair, they'll say sit, and down we go. I'm not trying to support weight. I know this care plan says that they can stand, but I'm trying to do this in a way that the patients that can't support their weight, you're not holding them so long. So prepare them first before you stand them up and swing them. Good? Questions? This is not a hard skill. You already know 99% of the skill other than learning the wheelchair. Now for the test, if you get this particular skill, they're going to show you how to use the wheelchair at the testing facility. They actually take you aside and they say, okay, this is how you work the brakes. This is how you work the leg rest. These are the foot pedals. So they have to give you like a little in-service on how that wheelchair works because they all work a little different. So we are going to use a gait belt for this because our care plan tells us to. We're going to have a patient laying in bed. But do people normally wear shoes in bed? They're not going to for this skill either. So for this skill, you're going to have a patient laying in bed and their shoes are going to be on the floor beside the bed. But if the patient's feet hit the floor, we got to talk about their shoes. That means for this skill, we actually have to put shoes on the patient. You have to physically put them on the patient. So for this skill, when they partner you up, remember I said on, when you get there, they check you in and then they go away for a little while. And when they come back, they're going to partner you up. Well, if you get this skill, they need to partner you up with somebody that's your body size or smaller. Okay. They're not going to try to partner you up with somebody that's vastly larger than you because they want to make it even. But they also are going to look around for slip-on shoes. So your shoes slip on, don't they? You don't have to tie them or anything. So you are my patient for this. So if I can get you to come over here and lay in bed, just slip your shoes off and put them beside the bed. I couldn't see yours through her. Yours are probably easier, actually. Yep, lay in the bed for me, please. Okay, so they're not trying to make this a hard skill for you. They really do try very hard to make this as even as possible. So I'm going to get her sitting on the side of the bed. So I'm going to swing her around so she's sitting on the side of the bed, put the gait belt on, put the shoes on. The order, gait belt, shoes, doesn't matter. You want to put the shoes on first, that's fine. You want to put the gate belt on first, that's fine. Nobody cares. But we need to get her sitting on the side of the bed before we can do either. Okay. Once I get the gate belt and the shoes on, then I'll bring the wheelchair close. I don't want it close yet because I've got to swing her around. And if that wheelchair is right up next to the bed, her feet are going to hit that wheelchair. So I want it within reach, but not so close that it's going to be in my way. Okay, good. Can somebody turn that camera over here for me, please? I did order my panning solution. It'll be here Saturday. I cannot wait. A little bit more. That's good. That's good. Thank you. Because it's remote control. That'll be nice. Good for next week. All right, you ready? Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. Do you feel like getting out of bed and into the wheelchair? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands and I'll be right back. I have clean hands. Now, my patient here, she is fully clothed and holding on to all of her own body fluids like a champ. Do I need gloves for this patient? Okay. Is it possible that I might need gloves for this skill with a different patient somewhere down the road? Is the glove use based on the skill or the patient? Thank you. Good job. Okay. I'm just going to set that in there for a second, bring it close enough that I can reach it. Can you scoot your whole body toward me so you're laying on the edge of the bed here? Okay, you're going to cross your arms over your chest and you're going to relax. I'm going to do all the work here. And on the count of 3, I'm going to spin you around so you're going to be sitting on the side of the bed, okay? Now to do this, I need a wide base of support. So I need my legs about shoulder width apart, and I'm actually going to lean against the bed for torque. One arm goes under the shoulders, and I want to get it as far under the patient as I can. I really want to be holding that furthest shoulder in the palm of my hand. Now, this is the hand that everybody gets messed up. This goes over the knees, does not go under. Everybody tries to like do the honeymoon lift. That's not what we're doing here. We're going over. If I put my hand over the knees, it's just a smooth pivot. If I go under the knees, now I'm trying to push and pull at the same time, and that's going to torque my back. Okay, so it's not the honeymoon lift. So I'm going to reach under you here. Let me get you to sit up just a little bit. Okay, relax. And over the knees, and on the count of 3, we're going to spin. 1, 2, 3. Good. Okay, it's a pretty quick turn because you have to have that momentum. So make sure your patient sits there for just a second and acclimates. Feel okay? Dizzy at all? Okay. So now we're going to put shoes on. Can you put your foot in there? Here we go. Good. Are your feet flat on the floor? Yes. Whoa. Check the bed to make sure that it's locked. Okay, I'm going to put this around your waist, and this is going to help me lift you to a standing position and transfer you into the wheelchair, okay? I'm going to put this around your waist. We're going to put it through the first guard by the alligator teeth. We're going to check it 4 fingers, second guard, and tuck it in. Now I need to lock that wheel or that bed. There we go. And now I'm going to bring the wheelchair close. Can you bring your feet back in a little bit? And when I say close, I mean close. Remember, our patient cannot take steps. I had you underline that. If the wheelchair isn't close enough, when I go to transfer her and she unconsciously takes a step, that counts against me on the test. Why? Because the patient can't take steps. Does that make sense? So you gotta get this close. It's gotta be touching the patient, but you want it at a slight angle to make it easier to transfer. So now that I've got it in place, I'm gonna lock the wheels. And I'm gonna put 1 foot in front so her feet don't slide out, 1 foot beside, like I'm at the corner of that box. You're gonna put your hands on my shoulders, and on the count of 3, I'm gonna stand you up and pivot you around. When you feel this edge of the seat behind your knees, I want you to say sit, and I'll help lower you into the chair, okay? So I'm gonna up and over. When you feel it, say sit, and we'll sit. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Sit. Good. Okay, I'm just gonna remove that. Now, remember I said the skill isn't done until those leg rests are in place, but I can't get to the leg rest because it's against the bed right now. So we're going to go for a little ride.
Okay.
Lift your feet up for me. Okay. So I'm going to lock the wheelchair, bring the leg rest in place, lift the foot, and fold the foot pedal down. We'll do the same thing over here. We're going to lock the wheelchair, bring the leg rest in place, and put the foot on the foot pedal. Good. Are you comfortable? Environment's clean. Here's your call light. Now the call light needs to be within reach. Can you reach that? Good. Okay, I'm just going to straighten these sheets up because I always like to leave my patient looking better than I found them. We'll put this away. Open the curtain. Can I get you a magazine or anything while you're waiting for breakfast? No? Okay, so everything looks good. I'm going to wash my hands, think about my skill, make any corrections, and tell the patient or tell the evaluator my skill is done. Good? Questions? Doesn't matter. However you want to do it, because I'm still there. She's not really in danger of rolling anywhere. I'm still right there. Okay. You can do it either way. Either way. Mm-hmm. Yep. And a lot of times we'll use a slide board for that, just to cover that little gap. If you're going to do that, make sure the wheelchair and the bed are both locked. She probably need, because if she started to fall for whatever reason, you had a way of helping arrest that fall. So that was probably a security measure for her, I'm thinking. And my own personal thought process there is she's fallen before.
I told her, I said, let me go get help. And she said, I've got this. Slid over onto the chair. I got her to the bathroom. She said, hold on to my back. Got over.
Yeah. Remember, our patients are the very best source of information about their care. So absolutely, she had already worked it out. She knew what worked best for her. All we have to do is kind of follow along, follow her lead. Yeah. Right. And when you're unsure, that's yeah. But once you get a little bit familiar with using a gait belt, and they really are a great insurance policy. They really are. Thank you. Be careful. There you go. All right. Yeah, I use gait belts a lot, even when my patient is pretty much fully ambulatory. I will often, if they have blood pressure issues, medication issues, anything really, I'll use a gait belt. Because the problem is my patient isn't going to tell me before we get started, okay, I'm going to take 18 steps Then I'm going to kind of fall over to the left a little bit, overcorrect, hit the wall, and end up on the floor. You ready? Right. They're not going to do that. You're just walking, you know, and then they take a misstep, they get a little off balance. And usually what happens is they overcorrect, and that's what causes the fall. Well, if I've got my hand there and I feel that little misstep, that imbalance, I can now intervene. So it takes the overcorrection out of the equation. Now we have no fall. But if I don't have that gait belt on, if I don't have my hand there, if I don't feel that wobble, I don't have the chance to stop the overcorrection. So yeah, I use gait belts. They're a great insurance policy because your patients just aren't going to tell you when they plan on falling. Good. All right. Any questions on that? Another one bites the dust. All right, let's go ahead and take our break. We have 2 skills to go through, 2 skills left, and then we'll be all caught up. Yay. So we have 2 skills to learn, which we'll get through. You should have about 15 to 20 minutes of practice time at the end of class today, maybe a little bit more if I can move along.
The test and 3 that was also on the homework, like, who said and how do we check the,
Okay, the answers are in the back of the book for you. So all that, and I don't collect those scores. Those are more for you to let you know we've gone through all of the skills in this unit. So take those tests and see if you can answer all these questions. You just basically get your number.
yeah, you know, you don't want to write through the book, so it's like, yeah, but I'm writing it many times, so I can
Hey, hey, baby. We changed it. No, yes. Oh, yes, baby. I like it. I do say he's definitely down. So he's my favorite. He's my favorite. But yeah, last night he was going to power. Last month was real bad. Oh, no, he. You don't do that. I thought about it. You don't get out of there. Yeah, you don't do that. Yeah, I told him, I wanted back to go. He said, no, I'm gonna do that. I said, hey, you wanna get up and touch yourself? Yeah. And he rose back over. You told me, I'm getting my damn car keys in the car and I met them later. I said, oh, yeah, we be saying that. You want to do a lot of more. Yeah. I don't get up. And I had a reset. Yeah. Reset. He didn't want to put the third, he got copy of the dress.
Can you turn that camera back around toward me, please? Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Good. Okay. Yeah, Monday we'll have remote control camera. Yay. Testing. Okay, I'm up and running. All right, so you guys have learned all of the principles. There's really not a whole lot more to teach you. I'm going to, skills, we'll learn how to apply those principles to specific skills, but the principles themselves you've already learned. Unfortunately, for this next skill that we're going to learn, most of our principles don't apply. This is kind of the exception to the rule skill. And I want to explain why as we go through it. But if you turn to page 75 for me. This is feeding a resident in a chair. A care plan tells us to feed a resident a snack who is unable to feed him or herself. The resident is sitting in a chair in an inappropriate position for eating. You might want to underline that. Inappropriate, yeah. Says document intake on a food and fluid intake form. So, we're fortunate in the fact that the care plan is actually telling us, hey, heads up, they're not sitting up straight. For the test, remember that you might be a patient for this. You might actually be fed during the test. It says snack, so this is going to be a single serve pudding or applesauce. And when you're the patient, so let's say that you get picked to be a patient for this, they're going to give you very specific instructions. First of all, slouch or slump at the beginning of the skill. Sit up when they ask you to, but only take 4 bites. That's it. No more. 4 bites. After that, you're going to say, I'm finished. I don't want any more. I'm done. Whatever you want. I don't care how you say it, but just no more. 4 bites. So when you're the CNA for this skill, you're only going to be feeding somebody 4 bites and then they're going to refuse. You're actually going to be graded on what you do when they refuse. you need to encourage them at least 2 different ways. So you can say something like, are you sure you don't want just one more bite? You might want to say, can I get you something else from the kitchen? We've all had those days, you know, where you make something, you have a bite and it's like, nope, that's not it. Not what I did that with mac and cheese the other day. I thought I wanted mac and cheese. I made mac and cheese. I took one bite and I'm like, no, it's not it. Not what I was looking for. So we've all had, so maybe your patient's having one of those days where the applesauce just isn't quite cutting it. It's not what they're looking for. You can also reassure them that there's food available if they get hungry later. So you need to use at least 2 of those. Are you sure you don't want just one more bite? Can I get you something else? And there's food available later if you get hungry. Use at least 2. You're being graded on that. What they don't want to see is, oh, thank God, I've got things to do. You know, you don't want to rush the patient. You don't want them to feel like they're in position. Good? Make sense? Okay. So the big thing about this skill is that the patient is in an inappropriate position for eating. So that means that when the skill starts, your patient's going to be like this, or they'll be slumped over like this, or they're going to try to make it kind of exaggerated for you, but not everybody is going to exaggerate it. So you may have somebody that's just slumped a little bit. And if it didn't say it in the care plan, you might overlook it. That's why it says it in the care plan. If it's in the care plan, it has to be addressed. Good? Make sense? Well, you're assuming that the care plan doesn't tell us that they can't sit up straight. It just says they're in an inappropriate position for eating.
In a real setting, the nurse wouldn't know that
Right. In a real setting, your care plan is probably not going to tell you that they're in an inappropriate position unless they're always in, like you're saying. But for the test, they put it in there because somebody may be sitting like that. And it's not, you know, it may not trigger that they're not sitting up straight. So for the test, they're putting it in the care plan to trigger you. In a clinical setting, you're not going to see that very often. You're absolutely right there. But what if the patient had a spinal deformity, had severe scoliosis, and was bent over sideways? And the care plan said that, you know, they're in an inappropriate position for eating. And they couldn't sit up straight because they've got this deformity. What else do you think the care plan is going to tell us? How to accomplish this safely. How to accomplish this safely. And that's going to be based on the needs of the patient. Okay. Maybe a feeding tube, possibly. You may be feeding them very small bites on one side of their mouth. That's a possibility. We may be thickening their liquids to help with swallowing. That's a possibility. There's a lot of solutions to that problem, but it depends on what problem we're talking about. Okay, good. Care plan will direct you. All right, so unfortunately, this skill does not follow our rules. We're still going to do the opening, yes, but we're not going to close the privacy curtain because eating is a social event. People tend to gather in groups to eat. They have conversations when they eat. Think about all the major life milestones in your life, right? Birthday parties. Has food, doesn't it? Graduations, food. Bridal showers, food. Weddings, food. Baby showers, food. Right? Easter, food. Whatever the major milestone in your life, it's food. Yes, food. Right? So eating is a social event, and people tend to talk when they eat, not while you're eating, but in between bites. Imagine for a second you walk into Chili's at lunchtime and there's like 25 couples in there. You expect a certain amount of conversation and noise when you walk in. It would feel very odd if you walked into Chili's and it was dead silent. How strange would that be? Yeah, you'd actually start to think, are they looking at me? I mean, what's, what's going on here? This is weird. Conversation and eating go together. No, you're not talking with your mouth full, but you will chew and swallow while somebody else is talking. And then when they take a bite, you'll respond. You have conversations while you're eating. And it's important to understand that socialization is a big part of eating. People that eat alone, isolated, tend to not eat as well. So we don't close the privacy curtain. If they're not in the dining room, then we at least need to let them see beyond their little cubicle. Okay. So we don't close the privacy curtain for this. You don't really have to say anything about the privacy curtain. You just, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. Do you feel like eating a snack? Okay, I'm going to go wash my hands and I'll be right back. Okay. So you don't really have to say anything about leaving the curtain open. But I want you to know that socialization is part of eating. This skill is also different because we don't have to use a barrier. The food tray is our barrier. So we're not going to go get a Chuck's and put it on the table. So no barrier is required here. It's a different skill because we actually have to sit. It's the only skill where you are required to sit. And that's because if you stand over somebody and feed them, it puts them in a dependent position and they begin to feel rushed. If you sit and feed them at eye level, you are now on equal footing and they feel less rushed and less of an imposition. So you are required to sit for this skill. Yeah. And remember that different patients may have a different way of working with them. Okay. And it would depend on the particulars of that patient. So unfortunately, I can't really interject on that particular situation. But in general, it's a good idea to sit at eye level when you're feeding patients. Okay. Now, this skill is a little bit different also because it's the only skill that you're graded on having a conversation, not just steps, a conversation. So every other skill, we kind of got away with it by just telling the patient what we're doing. I'm going to lift your arm up above your head like you're asking a question. I'm going to turn you onto your side. I'm going to lift you on the count of 3. I mean, we're telling them steps. But for feeding, we're not going to tell them steps because that's demeaning. I'm going to get pudding on your spoon. I'm going to bring the spoon to your mouth. That's very demeaning. We don't want to do that. We need to have a conversation. Remember, socialization is part of eating, right? If they're not in public in a dining room area, where's that socialization coming from? You. So you have to have a conversation. Now for the test, it doesn't have to be a real one. You can make something up. You can talk about fireworks on the 4th of July. You can talk about the little kids that came in for the Easter egg hunt. You can talk about a movie that's going to be playing on the big screen in the activity room later. You can talk about bingo. I don't care what you talk about. Just have something to talk about. It doesn't have to be real. And you're only going to say like 2 sentences. Yes, Mai Tais. Yes, absolutely. That grenadine is important, by the way. So you want to have a conversation here. You also want to make sure that you're open. You don't want to, I'm trying to figure out how to put this. You want to make sure that you make them feel welcome, that you're not rushing them, that you're not all closed off. You want to be accessible. So that's going to be part of this. So the way that you face the patient, if you're facing away from the patient, that's indirect care, right? We want to face the patient. We want to make sure we're making eye contact. We want a pleasant facial expression. We want to be watching them for cues. You know, do they chew and swallow? Are they ready for their next bite? You just want to make sure that you're present with them, not thinking about the next TikTok video that you're going to post. Okay. Mhm. So part of this really is working on developing a relationship with the patient, with the person themselves. And some people, you know, there are some people that you just aren't going to be able to get to know. There are. I mean, um, there's people that just aren't very social when they were younger. We don't expect them to be social now that they're older, you know. So those people do exist, but I do try to develop relationships with patients. The more relationship you have, the better you can communicate with them. But if I'm dealing with somebody that I just don't know, okay, I'm coming in cold. This is my first day with this patient. I don't know them. He looks really grumpy, cranky, you know, he's just not a nice person. Well, his bucket of nice is empty, so I need to fill it however I can. But I usually, the very first thing I do is look around an environment, especially if I'm in the patient's room, because they usually have some sort of something personal on display. Something. It could be a pocket watch that's laying on the dresser. And I might say, oh, that's a beautiful pocket watch. You know, my great grandfather had one like that. Can you tell me anything about that? You know, I'll talk about a pocket watch and ask questions. If I'm dealing with a woman, predominantly, okay, if I'm working with an older woman and she's got one of those black and white pictures on her wall, usually of a young woman and a man in a service uniform, right? They're universal. I'll look at that picture and go, oh my gosh, they look like movie stars. Did you know them? What a beautiful couple. Watch her sit up a little bit straighter and go, oh, honey, that was me. Now, it did not cost me a thing. I've made her feel good. I now have a story opportunity. Where was that taken? Where did you meet? How did you get to know? How long were you married? We've got lots of conversation that we can make off of that one picture. I've made her feel good, which means she's going to eat. And it opened up a conversation opportunity. And, you know, I'll be the first to admit these ladies, they knew how to put themselves together. We have lost that art. We have absolutely lost that art. And, you know, I mean, they wouldn't go to the mailbox if their hair wasn't done. We now go to Walmart in pajamas and slippers. I mean, where did we fall off the wagon? You know, so I'll ask questions like that. You know, like what was life like growing up? You know, I just find it fascinating that, you know, so much time and attention was paid to making yourselves feel feminine, you know. So I'll have a conversation about that. With men, a lot of times it's sports and fishing. I've gotten very knowledgeable about sports and fishing, not because I particularly care about sports and fishing, but it gives me something to have a conversation about. You know, if you really want to upset somebody, just ask them about the Cubs or the Mets or the Yankees. And there are some strong opinions out there. But a lot of times you can get clues from the environment. Just look around. Most people don't put the skeletons, the things they don't want to talk about, their deepest, darkest secrets on display. If it's on display, they're willing to talk about it. Now, if I have no clues, if I'm in a sterile environment, like a hospital, There's nothing out there for me to draw from. There's no conversation opportunities here. But I need to connect with somebody. I have a couple of questions that I generally ask. My very favorite one is, what's the most exciting place you've ever been? I'm thinking about taking a trip, but I'm not real sure where I'm going to go. I do like to cruise, but I think I want to do something a little different. What's the most exciting place you've ever been? So that's an awesome conversation because most people have been more than one place. And it opens up a lot of opportunities for discussion. So I usually have conversation starters like that. But sometimes it's funny because you'll get a reaction that you didn't expect. Many, many, many years ago, like 20 years ago, I was doing home care visits, wound care, and I went to a assisted living facility in Lecanto. This is Citrus County, one county north. Small town, never changes, right? So this woman had horrible wounds on her legs. She had bad venous insufficiency, lots of wounds on the legs. And this is like a 45-minute dressing change. I mean, it was extensive. So I'm, settling in for the long haul here. And I pull up a little rolling stool that we had there, and I'm sitting there and I'm trying to take the bandages off. And I asked her, now this woman's like 96 years old. She's in assisted living. She's still pretty smart, pretty with it, but her body just isn't keeping up. So she needed some help. So I asked her, so Miss Mary, what's the most exciting place you've ever been? I'm looking to take a trip, not real sure where I want to go. And by the way, guys, I'm not looking to take a trip. I'm starting a conversation. Her response was, oh, honey, I've never been anywhere. Now we're in Citrus County. I said, oh, Miss Mary, you had to go somewhere. I mean, we're in Lecanto, right? Come on, you had to have gone to at least, Ocala. She says, no, I've never left the county. What? Now I'm intrigued. This is Lecanto. Okay. She never left the county. I said, you've never left Citrus County. You never been to Ocala? She says, well, that's not entirely true. I was born in Brooksville, but I don't remember that. Now I'm pulling up a chair because this is living history. This is 96 years in one place. Imagine the changes that she has seen. This is way more fascinating than anything in a history book. One of the most interesting conversations I've ever had was with a woman who thought she had nothing to contribute to a conversation. I found out about the two big families in Inverness, and they were, rivals, both big business, right? Rivals. The son from one was supposed to marry the daughter from the other and try to unite the family. And the daughter ran off with another guy the day before the wedding, caused a huge uproar. Oh, yeah, for sure. She remembers when the first McDonald's came into the county, when the road through Inverness was paved. These are all big deals. Big deals. So this was an amazing conversation that I had with someone who did not think she had anything to contribute. All you have to do, guys, is give them an opening. That's it. People are comfortable usually talking about themselves. Just give them a chance. Plus, it gave me an opportunity to kind of get to know her a little bit as well. She ended up having 13 children. That's amazing. 13 children. But 5 of them died before they became adults. It's sad. It is sad. But that's a part of her, isn't it? So it's interesting the things you'll learn. All you have to do is give them an opening. And mealtime is one of the best times to do that because you're both captive audiences. You're sitting there. Now, I've taking care of people that had big billboards, not pictures over their couch, like billboards over their couch. And I'll ask, there's a story there. There is a story there. Oh, the person on the billboard, that was me. My uncle painted that. It was an ad for whatever. Met a man that was knighted by the Queen of England. A real life sir. That's cool. I met a Major League Baseball star because for some reason they like to retire in Citrus County. There is more than one in Citrus County, like old time baseball stars. So yeah, it's very so mealtime is probably the best time to have these types of conversations. So to recap, this skill is a little bit different because we don't close the privacy curtain. We don't use a barrier. We have to sit. We have to have a conversation. Okay, so a lot of our rules don't really apply. It is a little bit different. Oh, it's a very easy skill. You're only feeding somebody 4 bites. Now, the reason that it's 4 bites, though, is because you have to offer a drink before you start feeding them and every 2 to 3 bites. So some people drink before a meal. My aunt used to. She used to drink an entire glass of water before she ate anything because, well, that's just it. It filled her up so she didn't eat much, right? So that was kind of a weight loss strategy for it. It doesn't work for me. I drink a whole thing of water and I'm still hungry, so that doesn't work for me, but it works for some people. Now, I drink with a meal. I'll take a couple bites, take a drink because I don't produce a lot of saliva. So I need that extra lubrication to get this stuff swallowed. Now, my husband won't drink before, he won't drink during, but he'll drink after. So everybody's a little bit different, right? And we don't know who's who. So we're going to offer before, and we're going to offer every 2 or 3 bites, which is why you're giving 4. Because if you didn't offer drinks somewhere in there, you don't get the checkpoint. And then we're going to offer again at the end. Okay, good. Questions?
If on a test, to avoid being the one being fed, for example, allergies or something like that, how do you explain that?
Okay, so when the evaluators check you in, so when you first get there and you give them your test admission letter and they check you in, make sure you are you, they're going to ask you, do you have any conditions that would prevent you from being a patient for any of these skills? So like if you have athlete's foot, a fungal infection, you need to let them know. If you've had recent dental work, you need to let them know. If you have allergies to a food, you need to let them know so that they can make sure that they're partnering you up correctly. But let's say you forgot, totally forgot. Now you get feeding and I partner you up with her and you're like, uh-oh, what do I do now? You just need to come and let the evaluator know. I forgot to mention it. I am allergic to apples. Okay. And just let them know and they'll figure something out. That's why we have 2 options, pudding and applesauce, because if you're allergic to milk, you're not getting the pudding. And milk is a much more common allergy. If you're allergic to cinnamon, sometimes I'll have cinnamon applesauce. Yeah, if you're allergic to cinnamon, then we would have to use the regular applesauce. But we have some options there to work with. So even if you're allergic to something, chances are we have something that will work for feeding. But just let us know. There are some people that are allergic to quite a few things. So we'll just send you back out to the waiting room and call somebody else in. You're only eating 4 bites. Now, if you just don't really care for applesauce, you try to choke down 4 bites, guys, And remember, the spoon is only going to be about half full because we don't overload the spoon. So you're talking about 4 itty bitty bites here. Okay. Try to choke it down. I'm not a big, I'm picky about my applesauce. I don't like the stuff that's like really, really like pudding consistency, really, really chopped up. I like the stuff that's a little chunkier, you know? Yeah, if you give me the stuff that's like it's almost slimy. I have a texture issue. Oh, but could I choke down 4 small bites? Yeah, I could. I could. I'll make it work. Really? Oh,
I, apple, I would say it also.
interesting.
I'm not grown up on applesauce. It's a very American thing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. As American as apple pie. That's why the saying exists. Yeah, I make my own homemade applesauce in the crock pot, let it cook like all day. Oh man, oh, so good. I have in the past. Oh yeah. 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 Homemade biscuits with apple butter. Oh my gosh, that is fall. You don't? Yeah, it's really, really good. Biscuit, the homemade Southern biscuits with apple butter. That is fall. That is fall. Yeah. It's like a spicy, it has a lot of spice to it. So it's all fall spices, like uh cinnamon and nutmeg and I'm trying to think of it's a yellow spice. I can't remember the name of it. But you can use like apple pie spice in there, but it's a very fall. It's just for me it's a fall thing. It reminds me of fall. But yeah, homemade big Southern biscuits. So now I'm hungry. Let's move on to eating. Okay, so couple things with this. We are going to offer a clothing protector. It's not called a bib. Remember, we don't use childlike names for things. We're going to offer a clothing protector. They may say yes, they may say no. Whatever they want is fine. We're good with it, but we are going to offer it. Now, me, I wear everything I eat. So I'm going to ask for, I will accept that clothing protector if somebody else is feeding me. I can't feed myself. I don't expect you to be able to do this neatly either. So, but my grandmother, if you try to put a clothing protector on her, she would like freak out because she is not a child. Do not treat her like a child. So people are a little bit different. We're going to offer. You also are going to offer a hand wipe because just because we're feeding them doesn't mean that their hands may not go up to their face to move food, to wipe their face, or hands do things without our permission all the time. We want to make sure if we're feeding somebody, they have clean hands too, in case those hands wander. So plus hand washing is part of the eating ritual. Most people wash their hands before they eat. So by giving them a hand wipe, it helps kind of stimulate the appetite. It's part of the eating ritual. Just before. You also don't want to use childlike feeding techniques. So no planes, trains, or automobiles. Okay. No zoo. I will tell you that there are patients that you will learn who you can play around with and who you can't. But for the test, we don't play. Okay. There are patients that I have gotten to eat by making them laugh. I use a lot of humor in my nursing because humor is universal. It's something that bridges cultural gaps, age gaps, life stages. Humor can be used. I've used humor to get people to eat, but you can't use it on the test. Okay. Does that make sense? All right. So all of that to do a 4-minute skill. We're going to do our opening, not close the curtain. We're going to wash our hands, give them a hand wipe, offer a clothing protector. We're going to have a seat. We're going to offer them a drink. We're going to offer them half spoonfuls, 2 or 3 of them, offer a drink again, keep feeding until the patient says, I'm done, which they will after the 4th bite. We're going to encourage them 2 different ways. Are you sure you don't want just one more? If you're hungry later, let me know. I've got something else. I can get you something for the kitchen if this isn't working for you, whatever you want to do. And then you're going to clean up. Now, everything is disposable. Your spoon, your napkin, your cup of food, and your water. It's all disposable. Dump the liquids out, throw everything away, put the tray back on the table. So when you start this skill, the tray will already be on the table, already set up. So you're just going to feed them. You put the empty tray back on the table because it's going to go to dietary. We don't have to clean it. Dietary does that. Just put it back on the table. And then you're going to do your closing. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine? Here's your call light. Environment's clean. Wash hands. Now, after you wash hands, we have to document here. And documentation is going to be done on a percentage basis. So you look at what they started with. And then you estimate how much of that they ate. Okay. Right. So this is a full container of pudding. So let's go there for a second. This is a full container of pudding that we're starting with. Brand new. We took the lid off, right? We've only given 4 half spoonfuls. So they only ate 25% of the pudding. So for the test, 25% is what you're gonna put. Now, liquids, I don't know. They could refuse all liquids. That's a possibility for the test. They may drink half the cup. They may be super nervous, have a dry throat, and drink the entire cup and ask for more. So you're going to estimate the percentage of what they drank based on what they actually drink. But for the test, the food is only going to be about 25%. But remember that percentages is always based on what the patient started with. So let's talk about a pudding cup for a second, right? We've got a whole pudding cup. But if that pudding cup is on a tray that also has a tuna fish sandwich, some potato chips, some peaches in that pudding cup, and all they ate was the pudding cup. Yeah, well, it's definitely not 100%. If they ate the whole pudding cup, if that's all they had, it would be 100. If they ate the pudding cup, but it was part of a bigger meal, it's not going to be 100%. So you always have to pay attention to what the tray starts with to figure out percentage. So if you look on page 74, here's a percentage activity for you. So if you look at that first, in the first column, about halfway down, you see a plate that has 3 slices of bacon, 2 eggs, 2 toast, and some peaches. And when you go to pick it up, the plate's empty. How much did the patient eat? 100%. Now, if you go to pick it up and there's 1 egg left out of 2, 1.5 slices of bacon out of 3, 1 piece of toast out of 2, and 1 slice of peach, how much did they eat? About 50%. What about number 3? Okay, what about number 4? Yeah, they just picked at it. They took a bite of a toast, ate a little bit of bacon and a piece of peach. Now, if the patient doesn't eat anything, it's 0, refused. Keep that in mind. But liquids are usually documented a little bit differently in a healthcare setting. We can use the percentage method that you're going to use on the test. But a lot of times in healthcare, liquids are going to be actually measured. So when you go to work, they're going to tell you how many cc's their coffee cups hold, or their water cups, or their juice containers. You'll know this when you start working. It's part of your orientation. If it's a prepackaged thing, it'll actually be on there. Like it'll be a 6-ounce juice container or a 4-ounce juice container. If you look on a water bottle, that water bottle in front of you, it'll tell you 16.9 ounces. Yep. That Coke bottle is probably 20 ounces. So in medicine, though, the problem is that we don't document in ounces. We document in cc's, which means we need to convert. Now, the nice thing is most pre-packaged things already have the cc's on them next to the ounces. So that water bottle is 16.9 ounces, but it's 500 milliliters. Milliliters and cc's are the same thing. That 20-ounce Coke, 591 milliliters. An 8-ounce bottle or an 8-ounce carton of milk is going to be 240 milliliters. So it'll actually say it right on the package how many milliliters there are. But if you have to convert, like the coffee cup isn't going to tell you how many milliliters. You know, it's a 6-ounce coffee cup because you learned that in orientation. Our coffee cups hold 6 ounces. You know, they drank an entire cup of coffee. You have to do the conversion yourself. 1 ounce equals 30 cc's. So a 6-ounce cup of coffee, if you multiply 6 by 30, you get 180. So if you look there at the bottom of the second column on page 74, you can see 6 ounces of juice. How many cc's would that be? 8 ounces of milk, it actually tells you on the carton, 240. 12 ounces of coffee, 360. If you are measuring liquids at the end of the shift, you're going to have to add them all up because we do something called intake and output, or I's and O's. That means that we keep track of everything that went into the patient and everything that came out of the patient. So you'll measure the urine as well. So if your patient is on I's and O's, intake and output, that means that we have to add up everything that they took in that shift. So if you add up 180, 240, and 360, what do you get? 780. That is correct. So that would be the total intake for the shift. You will have a math problem on the test. You will have 1 math problem, maybe 2, but usually 1. You will either have to convert ounces to cc's. So it'll tell you the patient had 12 ounces of water, how many cc's. Or it will be like this. The patient had 240 cc's of milk, 180 cc's of juice, and 360 cc's of coffee. What was the total intake for the day? And it'll be multiple choice. Okay. You will have at least 1 math problem on the test because this is related to CNA work. This is what we do. Good. Questions? You can see the documentation form in the middle of the page 75. It's simply a percentage documentation form. If you want to see a bigger version, go to page 121. The one thing I want to bring to your attention, though, on page 121, when you're looking at that documentation form, first column says check 1, snack or meal. What does our care plan say? A snack. Please make sure that you're checking the right one there. Care plan is telling you that on purpose. You have to check the right box here. Good. Easy peasy. Okay. Let me show you this one. I'm going to show you the video for this because it has good close-ups. You can see this video took 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and that's with the opening and the credits. So how long does it give you to do? You do not need 9 minutes to do this skill.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Shannon, I think it's your hand funny. Raise your hand. Thank you very much. Leave your photo. Okay, can I offer you a folding protector?
Yes.
Place it on your back. Okay, it looks like we have pudding. How does that sound?
Great.
Very good. Can I offer you a drink? Okay. You're welcome. Are you ready?
Yes.
Do you have any plans for this afternoon?
No.
They're showing a movie on the big screen in the activity room. Would you like me to get more information on that for you?
Yes.
Okay. How does the pudding taste? Very good. Ready for another?
Yes.
Can I offer you a drink? Would you like something to drink?
Yes.
Ready for another bite?
Yes.
Ready for another bite? Are you sure you would like just one more bite? Can I get you something else in addition?
No.
Okay. Let me know if you get hungry later, and we'll discuss it with you. You have to available on the. Thank you. Thank you. I'll remove the clothing protector from you, and we'll go to the conversion. When you go take care of your tray, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna place the tray back on the table. Is there anything else I can get for you, or magazine perhaps?
No, thank you.
Your call light is within reach. Please let me know if you should need anything. I'm going to wash my hands and document.
Okay, thank you.
After washing my hands, I'm going to document the amount of food that this patient ate.
And the amount of fluid that they consumed.
Using my documentation form, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done.
Always wash your hands before and after all patient care. Yep. Can you grab the lights for me, please?
And one more time, I can say,
Right, right. So that's the new one that we just added in is one more time after documentation. So that's new. Do you guys like the skills on the TV better than the projector?
oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. Because I do still have the projector and I know the projector is a little bigger, but it's not as bright, not as crisp. Okay, yeah, I wanted a bigger TV, but that's all that the budget would allow. All right, so any questions on feeding? Okay, let's go to page 110. So this skill is provide peri-care or perineal care to an incontinent patient. It's two names for the same thing. Perineal care is personal care below the belt. Peri-care is just a shortened version of that, perineal care. This care plan says the female patient has been incontinent of urine and needs perineal care. The pad under the resident is wet, but the hospital gown and bedding is dry. This is a miracle. It does not happen like this. Generally speaking, if the pad is wet, the gown is wet, the bedding is wet, everything is wet. So we generally have to change all of it. But for the test, this is going to be a mannequin skill. So you're going to do this on the mannequin. She's not actually wet. The pad is not really wet. We're showing that we understand the process here. We're going to do the steps, but they're making it easy for us. Okay, does that make sense? All right. It tells us that the patient has been incontinent of urine. Incontinent of urine. It does not say feces. You can be incontinent of urine and not feces. You can be incontinent of bowel and not bladder. They are not necessarily related. Okay, you can be incontinent of both, yes. That's possible too. But this patient is only incontinent of urine. So don't make this into something it's not. Okay? And one student wanted me to put chocolate pudding on the mannequin to simulate feces, and that's not what this says. Remember, the care plan says urine. Okay? But I want to talk about incontinence for a few minutes because this is kind of a misunderstood topic. So if you go back real quick to page 107, let's talk about a normally functioning urinary system. So you have two kidneys. Those kidneys filter blood 24 hours a day. They never shut down. They never stop. They never take a vacation. There's no coffee breaks or time off for good behavior. They are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They never stop. As blood goes through the kidneys pull out waste products and creates urine with those waste products. So the kidneys filter blood, make urine. That urine, as it's made, drips down tubes called ureters. Drip, 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 drip. And those drips all fall into a Ziploc bag that we call a bladder. That's all that bladder is it's a bag. It holds those urine drips until you get enough of them that makes going to the bathroom worth the trip. So your bladder fills up, rings a bell in your brain. Hey, we're full. You go find a bathroom. And there's a little valve at the bottom of the bladder that holds it closed. That's why the drips can build up in the bladder, because this valve is closed, holds everything in. You go to the bathroom, the valve opens, all the urine comes out. You empty your bladder, the valve closes again, and you go about your day. Good? You guys all learned this in 5th grade. This is not new. When you're incontinent, that whole system works. Your kidneys still filter blood, still makes urine. Drip, drip, drip. Those drips still go down ureters and into the bladder. Drip, drip, drip. What has changed here is that valve at the bottom of the bladder is broken. So where do those drips go? Out. Yeah, absolutely. Out into the wide world. So when you how do the kidneys work? How often? Okay. So when you have an incontinent patient, they are going to be wet all the time. Drip, drip, drip. Now, positioning has an effect on this. So if you turn an incontinent patient over, whatever urine is kind of laying around the bladder that didn't like fall out, yeah, it's going to come out. So when you turn an incontinent patient on their side, they're probably going to pee a little bit more. When you stand them up, they're probably going to pee a little bit more. So this is not uncommon for position to affect incontinence. Does that make sense? Good? Okay, and that's important. So incontinent patients, the system works exactly the same. It's the valve that's broken. Now, the good news is that the valve is a muscle, like any other muscle in your body. It can be reconditioned. If you take an incontinent patient to the bathroom every 2 hours around the clock, you get them up at 2 a.m., get them to the bathroom and back to bed. And you do this every 2 hours around the clock, that valve is practicing opening and closing, opening and closing. And that practice, open and close, strengthens the valve. And we can help our incontinent patients regain control. This is called bowel and bladder retraining. And it's very common. You're going to see it quite often. And that just means that our responsibility is to take the patient to the bathroom every 2 hours around the clock on a schedule. Don't be late. Don't be late. Good. It's hard to do, right? Because you got 15 patients. It's hard to do, but it does benefit the patient. And that's because adult urine is not like baby urine. I mean, baby urine, we don't even call it urine. We call it something like tinkle or TT or, something cutesy because it's baby stuff, right? And baby urine's very mild, very alkaline, doesn't really affect the skin at all. You can put a diaper on a baby, put them to bed, wake up 8 hours later, they still have skin on their tush, right? Very mild. Adult urine is not like that because adults aren't on a bland diet. Babies are on a bland diet, formula, rice cereal, very bland. Adults are on a very acidic diet. Everything we eat and drink has a lot of acid in it. As that acid goes through our body, we break it down and put it into urine. And that acid comes out of the body with pee. So when you have adult urine up next to the skin, what does acid do to the skin? Yeah. So anytime that we can help our incontinent patients become more continent and have less contact with urine against the skin, that's a good idea. Now, if for some reason we can't, the patient's just unable to cognitively be aware of urine signals, or maybe their nerves have been and they have no control over that valve anymore. There's a lot of reasons here. But if bowel and bladder cannot be reestablished, a good routine, then we want to make sure when the patient's incontinent that we're cleaning and changing them every 2 hours around the clock. We don't want that acidic urine up next to the skin for very long. So every 2 hours around the clock, clean and change. Yes, it does. Yes, it honestly should not smell. What is that? It honestly should not smell too strongly when it first comes out, but as it sits on the skin and in the environment and interacts with the air, the odor does get much, much more pronounced. Yeah.
If I don't change something, the next day it comes in.
Yeah. And they'll probably have some skin issues as well. Now, there's something we can do about this. It doesn't work for everybody, but your care plan may have you leave the patient open to air when they're in bed. Now, what that means is when they're out of bed, they usually are wearing an adult brief. We don't call them diapers with adults, adult brief, but that adult brief is going to hold in body heat. It's going to block out light. And it's moist because of urine. So we have warm, dark, what grows there? Yeah, everything bad. So adult briefs are not always the best option here, really. And acidic environments actually promote the growth of pathogens. And we have an acidic environment. So this is not like ideal. That's why bowel and bladder retraining is really helpful. It's not ideal. But if they're in an adult brief, we have to clean and change them every 2 hours around the clock, get that bacteria off the skin, try to prevent skin issues and urinary tract infections. That's fine. But if they're in bed, if we just put them on a pad, no adult brief, leave them open to air, but on a pad, as the urine comes out, it spreads out along the pad and it's not held right up against every skin surface. So you get a lot more light and air penetration. You have fewer skin issues with these patients if they're open to air on a pad while in bed. Out of bed, it's a dignity issue, adult brief, clean change every 2 hours. In bed, on a pad, clean and change every 2 hours, but you end up with fewer skin issues. Make sense? Okay. One thing about this though, when you have a patient that is, well, first of all, not all patients are comfortable being open to air. So, you know, we may not be able to do this with all of our patients. The patient has to be somewhat comfortable with not having underwear on. And in a strange environment, surrounded by strangers, that's a tough call. I mean, that's a tough ask. I got to put a lot of faith in all of these strangers that are taking care of me to not have anything between my private areas and the world. Right? That's a tough ask. But if we can, if our patient is agreeable, open to air is good. But let's think about that pad for a second. Remember, body temperature is about 98.6 degrees. That's hot, isn't it? Well, the urine coming out is actually even hotter because it's made up in your furnace area. Remember our furnace area we talked about? So urine is about 101 degrees when it comes out. That's hot, right? Now, room temperature is going to try to cool that down. So we get this urine that goes out onto the pad, hits room temperature. There's no body heat to keep it warm. So it's going to cool down to about 75 degrees. That pad is going to feel cold, wet, and slimy to your patient. So what's the first thing you'd want done if you were laying on that pad? Oh yeah, change that pad. Get me on something dry. This is gross. So when you are doing pericare on a patient that's open to air, the very first thing you're going to do is get them on a dry pad. But now we got a wet butt on a dry pad, clean pad. So at the end of the skill, we're going to clean the front of the patient. We're going to turn them over, clean the butt, because it's been laying in urine. And then we're going to change that pad out again. So now we've got a clean butt on a clean pad. Everybody's happy for the next 2 hours. Good. When you have an incontinent patient, it's super important to look for any skin issues, especially in the skin folds between the leg and the groin. In females, you know, in the in between the labia, you want to make sure that you're looking for any type of skin issue. But what's upsetting is that a urinary tract infection is not out of the realm of possibility. It's very common for incontinent patients to develop UTIs. But UTIs in a young person, we know we've got them. I mean, you end up with burning, frequency, urgency. Maybe you can't get out of the bathroom, like you're stuck in the bathroom, but when you're in there, you can't go. And if you do go, it burns like fire. It's horrible. It's miserable. It's one of the worst things, you know, that can happen. So we know pretty quick, right? Oh my gosh, I've got a urinary tract infection. I'm going to the doctor. I'm getting on antibiotics. I'm, you know, doing whatever I can to prevent this, to treat it. But as we age, all of those symptoms go away. You don't get burning. You don't get frequency. You don't get urgency. You don't get nothing. So now you've got a urinary tract infection that's not caught. If it's not caught, it's not treated. So this is a really big problem. Often the very first sign of a urinary tract infection in older adults is confusion. And that's because there were no symptoms. We didn't know there was an infection. And now that bacteria has entered the blood and it's affecting the brain. So if you've got a patient that's been okay and today they're confused, you need to let the nurse know right away. Don't assume, oh, she's getting older. It's probably just dementia setting in. Sudden anything is not dementia. It's not old age. Sudden anything has to be reported. Okay, all the normal changes of aging, they're slow. They're like glacier slow. You probably won't even notice they're so slow until you look back on it.
There'll be no changes in the skin.
Sometimes not. For a urinary tract infection, sometimes not. The first symptom is usually confusion. Yeah. You need to be aware of that.
Not even like a green color or something.
Sometimes, but not always. So sometimes dark urine can indicate dehydration, right? Which may not be a UTI. It just may be that the patient isn't drinking enough. Sometimes you'll get some blood in the urine. That's a pretty good tip off that something is going wrong. So if it's red or dark brown is dried blood. So that tells us something is going wrong in the urinary system. But sometimes the urine does not change in odor or color or amount. You just have confusion. And when you take a urine sample, it shows that there is an infection there. Now, if the patient is going in a toilet, sometimes you can catch this because the urine will look cloudy. But when they're incontinent, they're laying on a pad or it's in an adult brief, you can't see cloudy. So anytime that you're toileting a patient, always look before you flush just to see what's going on.
It's cloudy.
Yeah, if it's cloudy, it needs to be reported. Yep. Yeah, because that could be a sign of a UTI. Can also be a sign of a protein overload as well. The urine is shedding protein. Now, there's a lot of reasons that can happen. You know, a lot of pathophysiological reasons that can happen. Doesn't necessarily mean a UTI. It could mean a million other things, but that's something that needs to be checked out by the nurse. I'm going to be ordering some lab work on that patient. See what's going on. Good. So you guys understand a little bit about incontinence? What it is? Now, if you've got a patient that is dry, really, really wet, that is not an incontinent patient. Remember I said when you're incontinent, it's the valve that's broken. So this urine just comes out all on its own. If you've got a patient that's dry, that valve is working. If they're dry, really, really wet, that means they're not getting to the bathroom. Either the staff isn't taking them to the bathroom like they're supposed to, or the patient is having an energy problem. But that valve is working. So we either need to help our patients regain that dignity and get them to the bathroom on time, provide a lot of encouragement, or we need to work with our staff to make sure that we're taking care of the needs of the patient, but one or the other. Dry means the valve is working. If your patient is not wet all the time, they're not incontinent. Now, the reason I spend a lot of time talking about this, what incontinence is about 7 or 8 years ago, we had a male caregiver that was working at an assisted living facility down in Pinellas County. And he turned a patient over to clean her up, and she was incontinent. So remember I said positioning can cause the flow of urine. So when he turned her over, she urinated. He took that as a sign of disrespect and beat her to death. To death. This is why I spend time talking to you guys about this, because if I don't know where your mindset is. I don't know if you understand what incontinence is. And I don't want you to have any of these false beliefs. It was not a disrespect. It was gravity. Gravity. And she lost her life over it. So we've got to make sure that we truly understand what this means and that we go into this with the right mindset. Isn't that horrible? Yeah.
Does it happen more in a female than male?
Females, yes, absolutely. Females are more prone to be incontinent, and that's because the urethra or the tube that goes from the bladder to the outside world where that valve lives, right? Your urethra is only about as long as your pinky. That's it. So any sort of pressure can affect this. Position can affect this, right? There's not a lot of room there for, urine to just kind of hang out. Right? It's going to go out if it goes anywhere. Now, male urethras are a lot longer because it has a lot of the extra tissue to go through, the penile tissue. So even if there's a little bit of leakage from the valve, right? So urine has left the valve area. There's a lot more tube that it can hang out in before it comes out. So female incontinence is a little bit more common than male incontinence.
Has nothing to do with birthing.
Yeah, all of the muscles in the pelvic floor tend to get stretched out. Yeah. Yeah. So yes, the childbirth, age, weight, activity, all of that has to do with developing female incontinence. Yeah.
Birthing 13 times with this lady.
Wow. Yeah.
It's,
Yep. But she walked a lot too, because she didn't have access to vehicles to get where she needed to go. So the act of walking frequently probably helped keep everything where it was supposed to be. So yeah, our modern society is full of conveniences that I don't know that they're all that great for our bodies, So let me explain to you a little bit about urinary tract infections here, because this is a good time to talk. We're going to talk more in detail about this on Monday, but I just want to give you just a little teaser about this. Bladders are the ideal environment for pathogens. They're warm, they're dark, they're moist, right? They're very nature, but they also have an all-you-can-eat buffet and an open bar. There's enzymes and proteins in the urine that make it possible for bacteria to procreate easily. All-you-can-eat buffet. So every bacteria in the world is trying to find a bladder to get into. It is nirvana. It is the place it wants to be. Now, if all they have to do is travel this little road, that's like a day trip. That's like easy. So if a bacteria wants to get into the bladder and all it's got to do is go up here, it's not a stretch here, right? And the bladder is a great place for it to be. So as in our urethra, our tube that goes from the bladder to the outside world, we have some white blood cells. Think of them like bouncers. When a bacteria stumbles in, the bouncer says, hey, you don't belong, get out, and takes care of the problem. And that works as long as the bacteria only come in one or two at a time. There's not that many bouncers. But if we bring an entire bus load of bacteria to the doorway and they all rush in, those bouncers aren't going to be able to catch all of them. And then we end up with bacteria in our bladder that's able to proliferate. And we end up with a UTI. So the way we wipe is going to be super important. We always wipe away from the urethra. You do not want to bring anything to the doorway. You always want to take things away from the doorway in. Okay. So we wipe away from the urethra. We're going to use the leaves method for this skill. So the urethra on females is at the top of the vaginal opening. Okay. So it's up at the top. So we're going to wipe once down the middle. We're going to fold our leaf over. We're going to wipe once top to bottom on the outside. Fold that over. Let's do it on the other side too. Top to bottom on the outside. Fold that leaf over. And then that groin where the leg and the torso meet, that crease, we're going to wipe once down there, fold that over, and wipe once down here. So we're going to start at the middle and work our way out, always top to bottom. When you get to the bottom, you move away and fold over. So middle, side, side, skin fold, skin fold. That means we're going to use the back side of the washcloth because we have 4 corners. The back side becomes the 5th. Good? Good? Okay. Once we get the front cleaned, we're going to turn them on their side and we're going to clean the back side. So we'll start at the rectal opening and go up the center crease. It's like a riverbed. It's where all the urine runs, right? So we're going to go up that crease. We'll fold our leaf over, clean one cheek, fold the leaf over, clean the other cheek because it's been laying on a wet pad. And then let's go up that crease one more time because remember, it's a riverbed. Up the crease one last time. And then we're going to rinse and dry. Change the pad again. Clean butt, clean pad. Good? Questions? You already know everything you need to know about this skill. You know how to do the opening. You know how to use a barrier. You know you need gloves. We're going to use a privacy blanket because patient's uncovered and undressed. It's a linen rolls apply. You don't want to hold anything up against your uniform because you don't want to contaminate it before we use it, especially in this place. Washing rules apply. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. I'm going to get the water and check it, have the patient check it, right? We're going to clean the basin the way we clean everything else. When we're changing the chucks, twice, clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. And we're going to do our closing the same way we do our closing for everything else. There's nothing new to learn. There is nothing new here. This is just like partial bed bath, just a little bit lower. You already know the leaves method. There's nothing new to learn. The hard part about this skill is you guys have to get comfortable with where you're washing. That's the hard part. Trust me, your patient isn't going to want you there unless they absolutely positively have no other options. I mean, they are going to exhaust every option in the book before you get there. So if you have to do pericare, please be respectful. Understand your patient is just as uncomfortable with this as you are. But the more you do this, the more comfortable you get with it. And eventually it's just another body part that needs to be washed, like a foot or a hand or whatever else. Now, for the most part, we try to keep females with female pericare. It's intimate care. But there are going to be times when males will have to do female pericare. And there's going to be times when females have to do male pericare. Biggest thing is remain professional. Remain professional. And be quick about it. This is not the time to sightsee. Okay, be quick about it. A word about male pericare, though. Most of the time, males retain the ability to do their own pericare unless there's a dementia situation or a physical incapacity that keeps them from being able to clean themselves. But we don't do male pericare as often as we do female. Female's much more common. But if you do have to do male pericare, I want you to be aware. This is warmth, wet, a human hand. Doesn't take a genius to figure this out, right? It's a physiological reaction. So be quick about it. Okay, start at the top, work your way down, retract the foreskin if it's there, clean underneath. We always put everything back where we found it. So put the foreskin back after you've cleaned. Clean the scrotum. You're going to rinse the same way and you're going to dry. If you are there longer than a minute, you are sightseeing. Okay, this should be quick. In and out. Don't take your time. But if you should get a physiological reaction, if the patient starts to develop an erection of some sort and you're uncomfortable, remember, it should be less than a minute, guys. You should not be there long. But if you start to get uncomfortable, just put a towel over their lap and say, they're calling me in the hallway. I'll be back in a few. Give them time to get himself together. But if you're quick about this, by the time there's a reaction, you've already moved on. Okay. Good. Now, sometimes some men, there's a reason we call them dirty old men, right?
Yeah.
sometimes men will make inappropriate comments and suggestions and requests. Yes, yes, it is not limited to just men. Absolutely. The biggest thing is to not give them a reaction. They're like, guys, they're bored. They are bored. Think about it. If you were in a place surrounded by strangers with nothing to do all day, some of you are going to create mischief just for the thrill of it, right? They're bored. Don't give them a reaction. They're looking for a reaction. They want to fluster you. Don't give it to them. A simple, that's not why I'm here. Just very flat. If you're offended, you can pull out that every one of you has a mommy voice. That voice that you use when you mean business, knock it off. That is not appropriate. And I'm not going to put up with that from you. Knock it off. Do something like that, and it shuts them down. But the best thing to give them is no reaction. They'll quit picking on you and find somebody else to pick on that gives them a reaction. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah. Mommy voices work though. They do. Yep. Daddy voices too. Absolutely. And I have, and this does happen. I have had, male patients that were very persistent and inappropriate and just very difficult, made me feel very, very uncomfortable. And I'll grab a male caregiver and I'll say, you need to come with me. And I'll take a male caregiver, and yep. And they do, they stop. Yep. So, or I'll tell me, your turn, you go do pericare on them. I don't, because they won't do that with a male caregiver. And most men are uncomfortable with a male caregiver doing private care. And in fact, like I said, sometimes your patients will be very manipulative. We had a patient, I knew he could do his own pericare, but he would refuse, and then he would start to smell, and he wanted that interaction, right? That time, whatever. And I knew that he was physically capable of doing it, mentally capable of doing it. So I started assigning a male caregiver to go in there and do pericare on him, and that cured it real quick. All of a sudden, he was totally able to do his own pericare. Imagine that. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of times we'll get wise to what's going on here. We absolutely will. Yeah. Yeah. So this is my criteria. If you can reach it, you can clean it. Here's some water. Here's some soap. Here's a towel. You can reach it, you can clean it.
So he act like when you use the bathroom in the room, he act like you can't hold it. So I always have to hold it because he act like the bottle cuts his. And then on the next day, they tell me that he knows how to do it by himself.
You gotta tell him.
That's crazy. You gotta tell him, no, you do this. I'll hold the girl.
Want it in that hole. He don't. He holds it for himself.
That is crazy.
Yep, he is taking advantage.
Like one little old lady told me that I was the most lovely to this. And I had never met her before.
You may remind her of somebody that was the best lover she ever had. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Remember those old memories are the ones that stick around. Those old memories. Yep. All right, so let me show you the video for this one. I am going to show you the video because it does have very good close-ups of this, and I want you to be able to see the process a little bit clearer. So I will show you the video for this one. Anybody have any questions before I get to this? This is a, yes, I'm sorry, let me get there. So if you look at the bottom of the page, yeah, if you look at the bottom of the page on page 110, this is a mannequin skill. Yeah, no, I'm gonna turn the air on. I'll turn the air on. I know it is hot in here. Apparently we can watch Netflix when this is done. I don't have a Hulu account. If you notice, the care plans at the beginning of each one of these videos is the same care plan you have in your book.
Okay, let me close the curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. And what start out with barrier, it's just me a clean place to place my clean spot. So I'll place the barrier on the overhead table. And now I'll start gathering my supplies. I'm going to need 2 cups, 4 washcloths, a pad to keep my head, a towel, place the cotton close over the table. I'll be basin and soap. And I'm going to use a pencil. And then let me go fill the basin. Please take a towel, turn the water on. Kitchen, just like check the water temperature, make sure it's okay. It's good. Okay, and then more place the privacy blanket underneath it. It's gonna help keep it warm and protect your privacy while the people still. I'm gonna spread the blanket out, being careful not to shake it or snap it. And then I'm gonna fold your sheet down to about your knees. Now I'll get my chucks ready for you. I'm going to unfold the chucks, fold it up lengthwise, and roll it 4 deep. I'll repeat that with the second. Please roll 4 deep, very roll away. Okay, just a moment, I'm going to ask you to scoot toward me. And we're gonna roll you onto your left side so I can take the chuck to come in. I'll place one of the chucks on the bed. And just scoot toward me, please. Thank you. And roll it on your left side. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to roll the dirty chuck toward the patient. Tuck it under her hip. I roll lengthwise. And tuck it under her shoulder. Sit down. Can you roll back on your back, please? Thank you. And scoot to the middle again. Okay, I'll come around to the other side of the bed now. Make sure you can for me, please. And roll up on your right side. 1, 2, 3. Remove the soil stuff from the bed and unroll one. This is going to be for a wet. Okay, Ms. Jennifer, we're going to start cleaning now. I'm going to roll your blanket up to about the waist. This is going to expose you my index and middle fingers is spread for slightly open. So I can clean down the inside middle, top to bottom. And then fold that loop over. We're gonna clean the outside, labia, top to bottom, down one side, and fold that over. The third leaf will clean the other side of the labia, top to bottom, fold that loop over. The fourth leaf is gonna clean this area between the legs and the groin, the skin fold, top to bottom. We're gonna fold that over, and we'll repeat it on this side, top to bottom. Now we'll place washcloth back in here. The second washcloth, we're gonna bring it out. We're gonna rinse all of those areas the same way we wash. So we're gonna hold it slightly open, and down the middle, top to bottom. Fold that over. We're gonna rinse down one side of the labia, top to bottom. Fold that over. Rinse the other side of the labia, top to bottom. Fold that over. We're going to rinse the skin fold down one side, top to bottom. Fold that over. And the other skin fold, top to bottom. Set that aside. Now we're going to dry all of those areas using short soft coat or a gentle wash. Once you unroll the blanket, we'll place your gown back over her leg. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to get you toward me now, and we're going to roll across the left side so I can see your back side. Once you get toward me, I can roll you over onto the left side. 1, 2, 3. Your back player will hold me in place for you to keep your cleaning on the patient back. Okay, I'm going to take the fourth washcloth, lay it out really well, and we're going to sew 4 corners. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to start at the end, we'll open it and go up the center crease, right up the middle, and we'll fold that loop over. The second leaf will clean one cut up, and fold that over. The third leaf will clean the other side of the cut. We'll fold that loop over, and the fourth leaf will clean from the end opening up the center crease on that side. We're going to set that aside. And we'll go off to the next. So rinse that out. And I'm going to rinse, same rinse, wash. So from the end opening up the center crease, fold that over. One button. Fold that over. The other side of the button. Fold that over. And once more up the center crease. And then we'll dry all of those areas. Instead of going to take that pad out from underneath, you're on a nice clean pad. We'll roll the soiled shuts toward the patient and have the cover for dip. Unroll the clean shut. Tuck it under the soil. And then come on back, please. Just take 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, then go ahead and scoot toward me. And roll up on your right side. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Do the soil chuck to the back. Unroll. This is going to be thrown away. Okay, Michelle, I need to put all of my soiled items away and keep that neat, and I'll be back in just a moment to get you situated. These items will go in 30 minutes. In the base of this going to be clean, okay, let's clean everything. Without the water, it's the same. Rinse the basin. Take it out with a paper towel and dry the inside. So discard that paper towel. To dry the outside, and discard that paper towel. And then we'll get the soap. I'll use the paper towel on the floor and store the basin back inside. These paper towels will not soak wet. Barrier. Is my piece of go. And now I can remove my glove. Okay, Michelle. I'm now going to gather the parts to wind it up and pull your sheet out. pressing on the bottom or underside of the bottom. And sheet up. Follow it like it actually will fall. That way no trail offenders will continue to serve. Finish this either for good and dirty one. Pretty comfortable? Is there any thing on here like a magazine? Okay, here's the hallway. If you can use two dogs, please up in there. I'm going to go over your curtains and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps in my skill, make a correction, and then let the evaluator know if my skill is done.
Questions? No? We're down to the last 3 skills. That's it. 3 more to go. You'll learn those on Monday. And they're easy. Catheter care is a version of peri-care. We're just going to clean the tubing too. That's it. Emptying the drainage bag is a 3-minute skill. And what's the last one? I think it's a range of motion. Yeah. You guys already know range of motion, just a different body part. So that's only going to take about an hour to an hour and a half of class on Monday, and you'll have the rest of the time to practice. Today, you've got 35 minutes of practice time built into class today. And then Wednesday, you graduate. You're 1 week away. Yeah. It goes fast, doesn't it? It really does. Does anybody have any questions for me before I let you loose? Oh, I'm sorry. We got to do that. I'm glad you brought that up. Okay. So, I wonder if I can do it on here. Hold on 1 second. Give me a second here. Don't go anywhere. I got a problem on my website right now. Everybody's blowing up my phone. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go to HDMI 1. Should pull up. It's that one. Oh, okay. I see what I need to do. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is my website for yourcna.com. Okay. So if you go to, really, really hard to see here. Let's see if I can make it bigger. Hold on. The aspect ratio is off. Okay. So if you go over here to testing, under testing, see test registration instructions. We're going to click on that. And then it brings up this video. Now, this video actually walks you through an entire test registration. I do the whole thing on the screen. So if I played this, you see it's 25 minutes. It doesn't play the sound yet. But it's going to walk you through absolutely everything. I mean, I go through from a Google page all the way through. And it's going to lead you through the entire process, the entire registration, but it's hard to follow along because it's a video, right? Because you'd be constantly pausing that video. So once you watch that, if you scroll down a little bit more, I have follow along slides. So this is a slide-based presentation. And if you click the arrow, it's going to take you through each step by step. And it's going to tell you what to put where, how to do the whole process. All of it is covered here. Okay. So this is how you register for the test. I can give you the paper test registration if you want. There is a paper one I can print out. The problem is that if you send in the paper registration, it adds about 5 weeks of processing time on. So that's why I have this. If you just have this up like on your phone when you're registering and just, you know, go read the step and then go and do it, read the next step, go and do it. You know, if you've got 2 devices, it'll lead you through exactly what to put where. And this makes it, you can't mess it up because everything is covered. Okay, so here, I'll take you through it real quick. So when you get to Prometric, you're going to click on candidate resources. You want to look at the test center list to find the testing center closest to you. Our testing centers are in Tampa. That's our closest one. Newport Richey closed. It tells you about the privacy statements, how to do the background check, and then you go to application. On application, you're going to click online or paper if you decide to print it out and send it. It's the exact same questions on paper, so you can use this to print out the paper one. But when you go to the online, it's going to make you create an account. That's the first thing that you have to do. So this tells you how to create that account. And then you've got to create a password that's one of those super secret passwords with symbols and numbers and all that stuff. And then once you create that account, you have to go to your email and verify it. So I even walk you through that. And then once you verify it, you've got to go log in with that account you just created. Okay. Then once you log in, it's not real intuitive. Now you get to this screen, you're like, okay, now what? What do I do? You actually way down here in blue, it says submit new application. It's a tiny, tiny link. Most people miss it. So you're going to submit the new application. You've got to click on Florida CNA exam. And then it's going to load the actual application. This is the actual application. It gives you a stop sign, says, please make sure that, you know, your name is your name. It's going to ask you for your social security number. The order is a little bit different on this one. I've got to redo this because they did just change the application last month. And the questions are all the same. The order is just a little different. Okay. It asks if you've taken the CNA exam before. It asks for all of your demographic information. Date of birth, race, all of that kind of stuff. And then once you get through all of that, my computer's like slow here. Then you're going to get to, it's called additional criminal history questions. This is asking if you've had a felony and if it was related to Medicare or Medicaid fraud. That's what they're looking at here. So if you worked for a doctor that fraudulently billed Medicare and made millions of dollars, then you now know how to defraud Medicare, and they don't want you working in healthcare where you can defraud Medicare again. So this is, if you worked for a doctor that got caught doing this, but nothing happened to you, this doesn't apply to you. This would only apply if you worked for a doctor who got caught, they investigated you, found out that you had a part in this. You would have to go to court. They would remove the rights. This is a whole legal thing. you would know that this applied to you. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, it does not apply to you. Okay. It's a whole legal process they have to go through to accomplish that. So you're going to disciplinary history, criminal history. It's also going to ask if you've ever had any records sealed or expunged, if you have a juvenile record. They do look at all of that. There's health history, certification option. So you're going to be a challenger. Training information, we're not going to fill out because that doesn't apply to us as challengers. Test site code, that's when you decided which test site you wanted to be. You're going to put the code in here. Yes, it is. You want to register pretty soon. This whole process takes about 2 to 3 weeks. So if you register now, which is why I do it in the 3rd week, if you register now, you should be testing about a week or so after graduation, a week to 2 weeks, which is pretty good timing. It gives you enough time to practice so you're not rushed, but not so much time you forget everything. So this is a really good time to register. Anytime this week, this weekend, even into next week is okay. But I wouldn't wait until like October to register, because you'll start to forget what I've told you. But this, it walks you through absolutely everything. Selecting your test site, your test fees, all of that is going to be covered in here. And then once you get through all that, it's going to ask you how you're going to pay. So the background check is, you should get it before you go to test, or I'm sorry, before you register. That's ideal. So if you do not have a level 2 background check with photo through work or anything like that, then you need to go get one. Okay. Level 2 with photo. Well, no, you just go get the background check done. I'm going to explain that in just a second. So you're going to want to go get that done, because when you submit the application, they actually go look for that background check. If they can't find it in the filing cabinet where all background checks go, then they're going to send you a note that basically says your application is incomplete. That means you got to go get a background check. We didn't find one. Now, some of you already have one through work. Some of you may have one through a foster care system or a school board or a bank, but those don't work. It has to be through healthcare. If you're unsure, just go get a background check. If you want to gamble, register for the test. And if it says incomplete, when you get the printout, when they email you back, if it says complete, that means everything is good to go. They're going to clear you for testing. The next email you'll get is your testing date. If it says incomplete, that means that they're missing your payment or your background check. Okay. Okay. They're only good for 5 years. So yeah, if it was 5 years ago, you're going to need one anyway to work. So yeah, they're good for 5 years. They're going to take fingerprints, photo, and signature when you get your background check done. Actually, no, not for this. Not for this. So, well, let me explain to you how this works, okay? You don't get the background check. It doesn't go to you. You register for the appointment. You attend the appointment. They take fingerprints, picture, signature. They send that to the clearinghouse. They do not give you a copy. You do not get your background check. And the reason is because everybody has access to Photoshop. I can take a criminal history and get rid of it like that. Just give me $500, I'll make you clean. You do not get your own background check. All you do is go to the appointment. You do the picture, fingerprint, signature. That information goes to the clearinghouse. So you don't, there's a chain of custody there. That way that there's no outside influence. That process takes less than 24 hours. So once it's in the clearinghouse, then Prometric can access it. It's also employers that can access it. Now, it sounds to me like maybe an employer took their time accessing the information. There can be a delay here, though. I do want to bring this up. There can be a delay. If you have the same name as somebody and a similar birthday to somebody with an extensive criminal history, it can delay things because now they've got to figure out who's who. So, for instance, my previous name was Patricia Ramsey. There was another Patricia Ramsey who was an RN in Citrus County, which is where I lived, in Citrus County, with a criminal history. So a Patricia Ramsey who was a nurse, same county, criminal history. So when I would go do a background check, it would take some time to sort out who's who. So it always took a little bit longer for mine to get sorted. Okay. They have to do a few extra checks there to make sure because they don't want to report the wrong thing. So you go get your background check done. They take your photo, your fingerprints, your signature. It goes to the clearinghouse. 24 hours later, you register for the test. Prometric goes to the clearinghouse, the filing cabinet, pulls your file, puts it with your application, and sends it to the Board of Nursing. The Board of Nursing has to okay you for testing. This is an eyes-on event. This is not automated. There is not a computer that does this. It is a person sitting in a room looking at your application and your background check to make sure that you are safe to work with grandma. When that person says, okay, this person is safe to work with grandma, that file goes back to Prometric, approved for testing. Prometric then sends you a test date. You don't get to pick your date. They're going to assign you one. When Prometric assigns you a date, it's going to come to you via email. There's a attachment. You open the attachment. There's your test date. If that date doesn't work for you, no worries. Just call up Prometric. That date doesn't work for me. And while they're on the phone with you, they'll find a mutual date that does. But your first date that they give you, they just assign it. Okay, so the background check, the best place, you're going to want to write this down. If you go to Daontis, D-A-O-N-T-I-S, Daontis.com. They test in the UPS store at Barclay. Daontis. But if you look here, this is on slide 8 of that presentation that I just showed you, the step-by-step. If you look here, when you go to Prometric, this is the Prometric website under candidate resources, you're going to see Florida Department of Health fingerprint vendor list. If you click on that, this website comes up. You click on the map where we are, and it'll tell you where our closest fingerprint vendor is. There's a whole list of them in Hernando County. They don't all, they're not all working now. So this list is not always up to date because unfortunately COVID killed a lot of businesses, small businesses. So just you go down the list and call. I know Daontis for sure works in our county. It is the right background check. They work with the Board of Nursing. It all works with Daontis. Some of the others, I've heard stories. You do have to pay for it. It's right around $80. But it's good for 5 years. And that way, when you go to work, they have to do a background check on you when you go to work. So this background check will work for work as well. It didn't used to. 6 years ago, you had to get one for the test. You had to get one for work. You had to get one if you got a different job. You had to get it. It was like we were doing the same background checks on the same people over and over and over again. So they finally made it a 5-year thing where everybody could access it, and it makes it so much cheaper. Well, it can if you work in healthcare. No. Unfortunately, military, concealed carry, foster care, banks, schools, those don't work. It has to be healthcare. And that's all because of Florida voters. We actually voted on this 5 years ago. They said, hey, background checks should be able to be shared interagency. If you get one, it should work everywhere, right? It's a background check. It's you, right? Florida voters like, no, we don't want to share our information with anybody. We don't want that. We'll do multiple background checks. Thanks. I don't get it, but I don't get it. Apparently I don't have to. So that's why it has to be healthcare only. Yeah. Good. So if you go to the main website foryourcna.com under testing, test registration instructions, you got a video that shows you the whole process. Then you've got the slides that walk you through it step by step, and everything is covered there, including the background check. When you register for the test, so go get your background check done within 24 hours after that, register for the test. When you register for the test, it's going to take about 3 to 5 days right now to hear back from Prometric. So you send your application, you submit it, and you're like, you don't hear anything for a while. 3 to 5 days before you hear anything back. That's when you'll get an email from them that has an attachment. Open the attachment. You want to look for that. It says approved. Application status approved or complete. I'm sorry, complete. The next one you get is approved, which means that the Board of Nursing has cleared you. The third one will be your test date. Okay, so complete. It says incomplete call. Approved, yay. Wait for your test date. A couple days later, you'll get your test date. You pay when you register. It's $155. Okay, so if you've got a third party paying for it, and I forgot about that. So you guys have a third party paying for it. So you actually are going to want to do the written registration, the written test registration. If they're going to, if they want to pay by credit card, that's fine. You can do it this way. But if they're going to pay by company check for all of you together, company check, it has to be the written test registration. Yeah, because it is extending the time out significantly right now. It is a long time. Yeah, and they can, I mean, if they're paying by company credit card under payment, you'll just enter that information in, or they'll enter it in, that's fine. But if they're paying by company check, there's no way to do the online with a company check. So if you go back to, so if you go here, under application process, you guys will click on paper application and just print it out. It's the same information. You're just going to fill it in. Well, then all of you have to put your applications together, give them to Tony, right? Is that Tony? She'll write a check and send it in. Yeah. Yeah. You might want to ask about reimbursement. Yeah. I'll pay for it if you pay me back. Yeah, that would be your best option there. Good. Questions? Boy, I like being able to use my screen. That's pretty cool. Aspect ratio is off, but that's okay.
See one line too, where it's the bridge over the other part, CNA to LPN and the LPN.
Okay. So I hate that term bridge. And the reason that I hate it is because it doesn't apply to CNAs. It doesn't. You can bridge LPN to RN. You can bridge paramedic to RN because the first year of RN school covers those topics that they've covered. Okay. So you're basically getting credit for things you've learned. The CNA doesn't work like that because it's short-term training and it's not standardized. So there's no way to verify what you've learned, how well you learned it, and it only covers the first 2 weeks of RN training. So everything you've learned in here is the first 2 weeks of RN training. That's it. So there's no real bridge here. You can't it's not like you get to skip the first 2 weeks of RN training, you know? So I don't like that term bridge because bridge means you get to skip training based on the fact that you've already got it somewhere else. So I don't like that term. Now, it still will help you. And the reason that it helps you is because you're learning a ton of stuff in RN training or even LPN training. You're learning a ton of stuff. If you can take, you got to learn these skills as well as all of that. So if you can take that brain power, you've already got this, and you can put it toward the other stuff, it makes you further ahead. Okay. So it is helpful. It will also help you with competitive entry because right now there's waiting lists to get into RN programs. There's not enough seats for the people that want the seats. So the fact that you're an CNA will help you get into those RN programs because you've already got that experience behind you. You're also less likely to wash out because you understand the medical community. You know what you're getting yourself into. We get a little squirrely when we get people that come into nursing programs, especially 2 or 4 year nurse. That's a huge time commitment, huge money commitment. And if we don't know if you can even talk to a patient, like that freaks people out, talking to patients. If we don't know you can even do that, you're taking a seat. And if you wash out of the program, I can't put somebody else in that seat. So that's a wasted seat. So we really want to make sure that we have the best quality candidates for those seats. Having that CNA behind you shows that you've worked in medicine, you understand the whole medical system, how it works, you understand what you're getting into, you're less likely to wash out. So it will help you with that aspect of it. But as far as bridge, there really isn't. Now let's talk about other certifications though, because you brought that up. EKG tech, phlebotomy, med tech, those types of things. There is no bridge option there either. Those are all focused educational offerings. So the fact that you're a CNA does not help you a bit with EKG. Not a bit. Because you're not going to be learning anything CNA with EKG. They don't talk about bed bath. They don't talk about positioning. They don't talk about any of that. They talk about where to put the sticky tabs and how to read all the lines on the paper. That's what you're going to learn about with EKG. Has nothing to do with CNA. So knowing CNA does not really help you with EKG. Phlebotomy, CNA does not help at all with phlebotomy. Nothing. With phlebotomy, it's not putting the needle in the vein. Drug addicts can get that in like 2 seconds flat. So that's not a hard skill to learn. It's knowing what tubes, how to prepare those tubes, what's in those tubes, the order those tubes need to be drawn, what to do with the tubes after you've drawn them. Some have to be refrigerated, some have to be spun, some have to be heated. It's also knowing what tests require what tubes. So that's what you're learning with phlebotomy. Yeah, you're going to learn to put a needle in the vein, but that's like 2%, right? That's not where the problem is. All this other technical stuff you have to learn. CNA doesn't help with any of that. Med tech. Now, a lot of places want med techs to be CNAs because they want you to do 2 jobs, right? Double duty. But CNA really doesn't have anything to do with med tech. Because med tech, you're not learning, being a med tech is not about giving a bed bath. Being a med tech is about being able to read a doctor's order, read the pill bottle, make sure they match exactly, and dispense the right medication to the right patient at the right time, the right way. So that's what you're learning in med tech. Now, that may be an employer requirement that you're a CNA first, because they just don't want any Joe Schmo to have access to medications. That makes sense. But they don't really depend on one another. So that term bridge is it's an overused term out there that doesn't really apply. It doesn't really apply. LPN is 1 year, 10 to 12 months, somewhere in there. RN is a minimum of 2 years, although that's a misnomer. RN is the only college education that requires 3 years of education to get a 2-year degree. Because you have to do prereqs before you can get into the RN program. The RN program itself is 2 years, but you can't even get in until you get your prereqs done, and that's a year. So it's 3 years of education to get a 2-year degree. But you're able to bridge over to that 4-year bachelor's online from that point, and that makes that bridge a little bit easier. But an RN is on paper a minimum of 2 years, but really it takes you 3 to get that 2. And LPN is 1 year. Now, if you get your LPN, remember I said LPN is the first year of RN. So if you get your LPN, then you can bridge to RN. So you miss that whole first year. You don't have to, you still have to do your prereqs, but you get to miss that whole first year of RN. Prereqs. Anatomy and physiology 1 and 2, microbiology, nutrition, all the fun stuff. Yeah. Now, back when I did it a million years ago, now you guys have it so easy now, right? There's only, I think, 6 prereqs you have to take. When I did it, we had to have both Englishes, 2 maths, drugs and society, 2 humanities, microbiology, nutrition, anatomy 1 and 2. We had an AA while we were doing our prereqs to get just to get into the RN program. So it's they cut a lot of that out. You don't have to do your maths and your Englishes and all that anymore to get into the RN program. So you guys have it easy. We had to do 2 years before we could even think about getting into the RN. So for us, it was a 4-year education to get a 2-year degree. Yeah. Okay. Give me 1 second and I will pull that up. And then I'm going to give you your printouts for today. Okay, how many of you guys, I need this is the paper application. Oh, okay, I got to print it off of mine because this isn't hooked up to the printer yet. How many paper applications do I need to print? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay, here you go. This is today's sheet. Did everybody get class 5 review sheet? Okay, so here's class 6. Go ahead and pass that out. Let me print out 5 of the applications for you. Everybody else is dismissed. Have a great weekend. I will see you on Monday. said 5, right?
I have an appointment for my daughter, the orthopedic is in Tampa,
Okay,
so I'm just gonna access online as well.
that's fine.
Okay.
Yep,
Thank
that's
you, and
fine.
Thank you for the Monday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you need one more for Freddie.
Okay. Do you need 5 too? Here's 5. Uh-oh. Did you say the med tech is online?
Yeah, you take it online. 6
Yeah, you
hours.
can also take it at, CVS. Is that correct?
This is what they're telling us. I should have did it online.
I'm like having an aneurysm right now.
Pay
Okay.
$60 for it.
So
Maybe.
I used to have the 4-hour med tech online. They actually wrote a state statute in the state statutes to stop me from doing the med tech online.
That's crazy, 'cause now you can.
It's
do it.
actually in the state statutes. It says must attend in person, not virtually. Because I had the only med tech in the state of Florida to stop me from, I had to go to Tallahassee. It was a whole thing to stop me from doing this. They put it into the state statute. So the fact that somebody is doing it online is really under my skin and making my blood boil at this point.
Okay, but let me tell you.
I'm gonna have to look into that. Yeah, no, I want to see it. I want to see it.
So after we take it.
Yeah, after you take it, I'll shut it down. No, I'll put mine back up if, you know, if it's available, if it's allowed.
Click in the
But
link
I'm
there.
a rule follower, so if you make a rule,
Right.
I'll follow it because I don't break rules. That's just not who I am. So I took my med tech down. And I lost, because I was the only one in Florida, I lost a significant amount of money. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, now I got to redo because I got rid of all my, you know, when I shut it down, all those files went away. So I have to redo it.
Well, I'm sorry. The link that Freddie sent me is not working,
Okay.
so I'll send it back.
But it's called Elite Medical Academy.
.com.
Okay.
I'll
I'll
find
look
out
it
the
up.
one that my sister went on and. I'll
Okay.
have it for you on Monday.
But I was.
Thank
also
you.
told that you could
That's all right. Oh,
And
wow.
a pharmacist will give it to you.
Yeah, and
Figure
that's true. Yeah, a pharmacist or an RN can offer it, but it's supposed to be in person. That's why you have to go to. So CVS is doing it right.
Walgreens is doing it.
No, any pharmacist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as long as you're physically there in person. Doing it online is supposed, now I'm going to check into it now because I haven't checked into it in like forever. Oh, I found it. Elite Medical Academy. Yeah,
Is that the link?
yeah. Oh, and they also have an online CNA course for $89.
We don't need her. She can't use it.
Thank you. Interesting.
So are you gonna offer it?
Eventually, don't wait on me because it'll take me some time to get it up and running. Kaiser has one. Yeah. PHSC has a very good one, but it's the Pasco County branch, so it's a little bit of a drive. Withlacoochee has probably one of the best ones in the state, and they're in Inverness. So but that requires a drive for you. But Withlacoochee's program is very, very good. and has very high accolades. I don't know why this did this backwards. Here you go.
Thank you.
I'll let you guys collate. But I know that there was one on Spring Hill Drive. I don't talk bad about anybody, but I would not allow my family members to go there.
Did that AT one or whatever,
Yeah, I just,
AIT or something?
Yeah.
I think I've seen it.
yeah.
It's really pretty.
They've had a lot of problems with staff turnover. And the problem with that is you don't get a nice cohesive education.
Well, I was looking it up last night, or the night before. There was one
Oh, yeah.
over in, it's a drive, it's like an hour and 40 minutes. It's over in Orlando.
Okay.
You did that
If you're going to drive, Inverness,
Inverness?
Inverness is where I would suggest you go. Yeah. With Lakuchi Tech, yeah. Very good program. I actually went to their LPM program back in 1989.
See, I've been in the medical field too for a long, but I like it, I enjoy it.
Mhm.
I just don't want to go back to dialysis anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't blame you.
Call for Miss Jones.
Yeah,
I said,
so-
Miss Jones, my name is Patty. I didn't see it.
Yes.
She said, who?
That is good. That is good. All right. I changed my name. Have a great weekend. Bye.
Yeah, you said KHSC has
Yeah, but it's their Pasco County.
yeah, cause I'm going there. Well, yeah, cause I just changed my thing in college. I forgot what it's called.
The major?
Yeah, my major. I changed it to medical because I got the job at Oak Hill,
Okay,
and then I was talking to them. But the one here, they only have their AS program,
right.
so I'm just gonna go do that, I guess.
Yeah.
But is that gonna help me like get into like medical school or anything?
Well, if you're, it depends on which track you want to take. Do you want to take a doctor track or a nurse
I'm
track?
gonna go like for my RN,
Okay, the AS would be for your RN.
right?
So that would work perfect.
No.
If you're going to, for doctor,
Correct.
then your AS should, or your associate's degree shouldn't be in nursing.
Yeah.
You need to be more of a biology, chemistry,
Right.
pre-med track.
So what, it'll just like take is it the prereqs? They'd be that.
Right. You'll want to go meet with a counselor and find out what's required to get into that RN program. And they'll give you a list of prereqs, and that's what you need to start chipping away at.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
Get the highest scores you can in each one of those classes,
Yeah.
because it's really hard to get a seat in the program. They're only going to take the people with the highest GPAs.
Yeah, I heard like you have to like have 80s on stuff.
Yes. Yeah. It's really competitive.
hopefully I can do it.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. You'll be fine.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
You too.